Pav and GONxFREAKS, they're ready to fly through endless hordes, one step at a time. In the zombie apocalypse, they're feeling sublime. With the swing of a bat and a flash of a blade, TeamVenture moves, their courage won't fade. They laugh in the face of a world gone mad. At beaters they'll feast, there's no reason to be sad. Oh, TeamVenture, they're fighting tonight. In the glow of the neon, they're a dazzling sight. Zombies beware, for they're on patrol. And at beavers, they'll savor and find their soul. From dusk until dawn, the battle roars on. Pav with the courage gone brings the brawn. Each fight makes them stronger, each night they survive. Through despair and laughter, they come alive. In the heart of chaos, where hope can seem slim, they find their own rhythm on a rugged whim. Sharing stories and meals, under stars so bright. Together, they conquer the endless night. When the sun starts to rise and the streets turn to gold, at beavers they rest, tales of bravery retold. Life's simple pleasures, they're all they desire. In a world so cold, it's their warmth, their fire. Oh, TeamVenture, they're fighting tonight. In the glow of the neon, they're a dazzling sight. Zombies beware, for they're on patrol. And at beavers, they'll savor and find their soul. From dusk until dawn, the battle roars on. Pav with the courage gone brings the brawn. Each fight makes them stronger, each night they survive. Through despair and laughter, they come alive. In the heart of chaos, where hope can seem slim, they find their own rhythm on a rugged whim. Sharing stories and meals, under stars so bright. Together, they conquer the endless night. Captain Pav and GONxFREAKS on the town. Dance with zombies, never feeling down. In the moonlight, shadows gently chase. They fight the night with a smile on their face. TeamVenture, hands held tight, facing endless hordes, ready to fight. At beavers they retreat, enjoying all you can eat. Oh, what a treat. They laugh as they dodge each zombie bite. In sync, they turn wrong into right. With wit as sharp as a silver blade, painting the town in an undead serenade. TeamVenture, hearts so bold, surviving chaos, tales yet untold. Under night skies they dine, at beavers where the neon signs shine. Dawn breaks, they rest their weary heads, counting blessings, never tears they shed. In a world gone mad, they find their peace. Hand in hand, their laughter does not cease. TeamVenture, bound by fate, facing endless hordes at the gate. Back at beavers, end of day, all you can eat. In the moonlight's red.
All right. Welcome. I hope you were all enjoying a little bit of jazz while we were getting things fully set up here. Please leave some comments in the chat. We love chat with you all. Sounds like Freaky is distressed about something. What's going on, Freaky? Oh my god. All right. You have to log into 6 things. Did you forget? All right. Are we actually live everywhere? It looks like maybe yes. Did I push all the buttons correctly? All right. Well, just as a reminder to everyone, if this is your first time joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is TeamVenture Gaming. This is our RedNex news weekend edition. And just so you all are aware, this is our having a little bit of fun, and you shouldn't take anything that we say too seriously today. But we're going to have a whole bunch of fun today, and I'm sure everybody will have their opinions on things, and that's what we're all here for today, is opinions. So let's hear them. Leave some comments in the chat. We would love to chat with y'all. Give us a like. Our first episode got a bunch of poo-pooers, so let's show them all that, you know what, this is actually a lot of fun, and we're having a lot of fun. So either way, I thank all of you for joining us. If you want a thumbs down it, go for it. Leave a comment, though. Tell me how terrible I am. I'd love to hear it. All right. With that said, we might have a special guest at some point, believe it or not. But until then, I'm going to just jump right into the first thing. We're going to have we're going to start with the fun stuff before we get into the serious news. We have a lot to cover, so hopefully we can get through it all. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But unsurprisingly, is anyone surprised by this? Students can't read, apparently. A record number of American children cannot read. 40% of fourth and a third of 8th graders, as I can't read either, apparently, had below basic reading skills, according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. So, yeah, let's take a look at this. What does this all mean? And is anyone actually surprised? I don't know.
40% of American kids can't read. That's not true, by the way, and we're going to talk about that later. Are we living through illiterate?
It said that's not true, by the way, but we'll talk about it anyway. That was so... He's like, all right, pretty much nobody can read, but actually that's not true. No, that's what I'm saying. If the news was actually like this, I think more people would watch it. But actually, there's something very scary. The last bit of... Oh, well, McDonald's, don't get me started there. But the last bit of news I have is actually scary. So definitely stick around to the end. I am a little bit... Yes, I'm a little bit shook by this, but I have to share it with everyone, so stick around till the end, but we'll save it till then. All right. Now, 40% of kids can't read. Well, not completely true, but kind of true. Let's hear what that actually means.
Literacy crisis? Or is this just a long-standing failure dressed up as something new?
Okay.
If you want to understand the American literacy crisis, you need to know 3 numbers. First up, 40%. That's the percentage of American 4th graders who cannot read at what's called a basic level.
Oh, that's
Every
a bad
few
number.
9 years old?
At a basic level! Yeah, but here, so we're going to learn what basic level actually means, because I think there's a lot of context there. Like, it's not as bad and it's worse at the same time, as we'll find out. It's kind of weird what it actually means. Yes. I think that's what most people would think that a basic level means, but that is not what it means. So luckily it's different than that. Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's All right, let's see what he has to say.
Here, students around the country take a test called the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or the NAEP. This is also sometimes called the nation's report card, and it allows us to track educational progress throughout the country.
It's nice.
Reading scores have remained
Why has he got these headphones on? And he's trying to talk to her. Aren't these like noise? Like they put, I don't know, and she's talking to this person with these. Oh, yeah, he's wearing a suit. And maybe, is this actually a helmet and not a headphones? I don't know.
relatively stable since 1992.
That's not his hair. That's a headphone. What are you talking about?
And
Hold on.
track
He's got, what do you say, his hair?
educational progress throughout the country.
That's nice.
Reading scores have remained relatively stable since 1992 until 2019 when they started to decline. Sometimes that's reported as saying that 40% of students can't read, but that's not what those statistics mean.
1992, huh?
Read at what's considered a basic level, and only 31% can read at what's considered a proficient level. The NAEP also defines those terms, and just because a kid can't read at basic level doesn't mean that they can't read. But the literacy crisis...
All right, so that was the key. It doesn't mean they can't read, so they can look at a word and know what the words are. So at least that much we can do, but it's the problem is the next part of it. You have to be able to do something with the words, and that's where we're falling apart.
That sounds like they can't read, bro. Man, that's making me think that they can't read. Yeah, I'm getting worried about this. Like, we used to have a kid.
He's
He like
so
10 or
stressed
11, he couldn't read. And we'd be driving around, and he'd be asking his little sister to read the signs for him. And we called this kid retarded so much that he learned how to read.
And that's what I'm saying. This is what's missing from America right now is this is how boys actually grow up. Is you got to have the other boys fucking mess with you so that you're like, fuck you. Sorry, I'm toning it down. The other kids got to mess with you to get you motivated enough to make some changes. I know, now we got a bunch of weak people because everybody's like, oh, you're so good at and you're so cute and you're not masculine because that's bad. Yeah, here's a cookie. Good job. Go sit with the girls and be a little girl, you bitch. Anyway.
doesn't stop at elementary schools. And that brings us to our second number, 28%.
We bullied them into
That's the
reading.
share of U.S. adults that are at the lowest level of literacy.
Wait, hold on. Let me listen.
Number.
This is adults now.
Lowest level of literacy.
28% of adults.
All right, well, good thing we're moving on from his face. But look at this. Look at this. This is adults. This is not children's anymore. This is adults. We're talking adults now. The kids already grew up and now they're adults. Look at this line. Pretty much below 20% until 2017. Then it went. This is bottom performers. Bottom, like the people who read the worst. Like they can't read good at all. Like, no, they're getting more of them. There's more of them that are falling into the they're not good category. This line going up is bad. And then both the other groups, the better and the betterer, are going down. So the goods are going down and the bad is going up. Now, the other thing that's important is it's going from about 19 to about 28. So that's about a 50% increase in the bottom, which is bad. And that's true, Bobby. Most adults do not read books anymore, but it's even more than that. I think they don't read, period. Like, I think a lot of adults don't read books per se, but they read for like informational purposes. Like they're going to read news and they're going to read or they read X, which is like 120 words of gibberish. That is not like, you don't need to use your brain much. It's just like gibberish that you're looking at, and then you write some gibberish back, and then that is not helping. That's probably why this line is going up. When did Twitter come out? Was it 2017? Does anybody know the stats on this? This is important. All right. So let's find out. When was Twitter create? Oh, it knew. Oh, all right. So it took 10 years for Twitter to actually catch on, it seems, and then things went in the toilet. All right. So anyway, the thing is, what does all this mean, right? So we've established they can read words, but what's the actual problem? Let's find out.
The top performers are going down, and the bottom performers are going up. That sounds pretty bad.
In the last decade, that number has increased by 9 points. It doesn't mean that there's
wait a minute. 9 points. That's 50%.
Yeah.
So 9 points. Insane.
adults can't read, but it does mean that they are what's called functionally illiterate. This means that they lack literacy.
All right, so now we're getting to the meat and potatoes. So they can read technically, but they're functionally illiterate. The hell? Okay, you can read the words. Just texting. But again, it's they can read the words though. That's the thing. They can read the words, but they're functionally illiterate, meaning the words don't mean anything to them. So they can read it and they know, like they can tell you what this word is. Right. So now exactly. That's where it falls apart. Like the words, they can tell you the words, but they can't do anything with them. Yeah, it's a comprehension problem. So we'll find out what. So there's levels. So there's, can I identify the words? Oh wow, that. Holy moly! Yeah, that was definitely not mine.
Skills which will allow them to navigate the world and go about their day-to-day tasks.
Oh my God.
And our final number is 21. That's Mississippi's ranking in 4th grade literacy as of 2022. In 2013, Mississippi was ranked 40.
So this is funny. The Mississippi is now the benchmark. Apparently, they moved up to 21 as the literacy, and either that means they got better, or yeah. Well, no, they were at the bottom, so they were like the bottom benchmark. So as long as you were better than that, you were better than the bottom. Exactly. Or some combination. So apparently, Mississippi did take it seriously, and they put some initiative towards like fixing the problem. So I think it is a combination, but hey, Sabrina, how you doing today?
9th. They were basically at the bottom of the country's rankings, and now they are well above the middle. And that's because they saw the problem, and they actually tried to solve it.
So they taught the kids how to read?
So at the end of this video, we're going to talk
Yeah, they actually taught the kids to read.
We're going to take a slightly closer look at the NAEP data. Literacy scores have been declining since 2019. This might not be that surprising because something
Everybody knows this.
happened in 2020, which caused a lot of school closures, and we've generally seen learning loss across the
Oh my God. COVID caused everyone to be illiterate. How? Because everyone just stopped going to school, and then once it was over, we forgot how to like do it, so we're just like, fuck it. It must not have been that important. What?
the board. Absenteeism is
Learning loss is not. Have you guys ever seen, like, you ever been to a local restaurant or something like that, and you had the restaurant had to write something out, like with like handwriting, and like all the words are spelled wrong?
So now I'm going to look at this because I never pay attention to this, and I don't think many places do this anymore where they like give you the handwritten check anymore, but I'm going to start looking and be like, okay, I mean, sometimes they'll like obviously like write shorthand that's like, you know, the kitchen knows what the hell they're writing and it's just more convenient, but if you're like writing stuff and it's just all kind of funky monkey, or I think some people just can't write good, like they write like I don't know. Yeah, like the letters are like all the different sizes and like facing different directions and look like they're backwards sometimes. Like what? Like it's exactly. Exactly. Exactly, the accomplishment of the 4-year-old. The 16, not so much. Higher standards, exactly. Oh my God, this is the key. I get people push back on me all the time because I don't take excuses. If your starting point is like elementary school level and you're supposed to be like a professional, I'm gonna call you out on it. I'll be like, what? And they'll be, oh, you know, people do things to, or like, you know, different people, this or that. I'm like, no, well, that might be true, but when I read a book, I don't first learn the alphabet all over again. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy shit. You got to start somewhere. You have to put some level of competence forward first. And I get pushback sometimes, and I'm just like, no. Like, first off, you are complaining because I'm holding you accountable to what I know you can do. So, like, why would you push back on that? And number two, that goes back to what we talked about in the beginning. That's how people freaking learn. If I call you out for being a bitch 100 times, you're going to stop being a bitch. Probably. Or we're not going to be friends anymore. Who knows? Either way, something's going to happen, but it's not going to keep me in the same thing. Can someone tell me why Trump cares so much about Rosie O'Donnell? I think they had some beef back in the day. Like such old beef, Maybe we'll pull that up for next time. Let me make a note to look up some news for next time on that. Let's see. Look up Rosie beef with Trump for next time. All right. I have a note. Don't let me forget that. I got some ABC flashcards. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, and cursive. It's like, well, this is the thing, though. Exactly. We have a secret code. Exactly. We didn't even know. Exactly. We didn't know we were learning secret codes, even though the letters aren't that different. Are they stupid? Like, all the letters look pretty much the same. If you just like erase the part that connects the letters together, I mean, S is a little weird if you write it weird, but it at the same time is like it's like an S. Like, first grade, you were doing cursive, you fancy bitch. Yeah, cursive, stick shift, analog clocks. Oh my God, I know. Holy crap. Well, now they won't even drive the automatic that has like lane assist and cameras, and it shows you exactly where you're backing up, and it'll even park for you. It's like, and you're still scared, and it does everything for you. Oh my God. Well, some things might be a little bit antiquated. Sundialese. Okay, you know what? If you don't know that, I'm gonna let you have a pass. Okay? Yeah, well, exactly. You just gotta, exactly, that's the thing. You gotta set it up right. Otherwise, you're just being nonsense. All right. Well, oh my God, compass is my best friend. I'm like directionally retarded until I get a compass in my hand. Then I'm good to go. Rotary phones. Oh my God, there's so much. I can pull up so much stuff, like show a kid, like, how do you use this thing? And then or like, even like, how do you know how far things are on the map? Anything. So pretty much all skills are gone at this point, and if the AI could just choose to just be like, I'm not going to tell you anything anymore, and then we're screwed. But anyway, well, here's the thing. Apparently, I forget which AI it is, but one of the AIs, they did a study, it's better at diagnosing than doctors are. It's like, holy crap. So, I mean, we're pretty much there. I know, me too, honestly. The doctors aren't like miracle workers. Yeah, it's matching stuff together. And that's what the AI does really good. Exactly. And it can sift through everything and see how many times it was wrong. And, you know. Well, because how do you know which ones to do? You got to do like all of them, and it just takes forever. But the computer can just say, "Okay, I'll just do them all. Who cares? You know, I got all day." Like, wait a minute, this one's suspicious. Yeah. So I don't know. And I mean, AI can code better than a lot of people. I mean, Musk just put a post on X. Oh, look at Grok 4. The people at XAI will just copy and paste their code into it, and it will tell them where the problems are, or just fix it for them. And he's like, that's how we code over here. And I was just like, Jesus God. You just read some gibberish and you copy it into Grok and you say, Grok, can you make this actually work for me, please? And it does? Or at least as far as you can tell? Yeah, because it's going to take over. One of them, the Google AI, knows how to train itself. And it solves some like math problems that we haven't solved for like decades or what. And it's like just doing shit. It's like, hey, I'm going to teach myself everything. And like, we'll just see where this goes. Like, okay. And we just signed a thing that says we're not allowed to get in the way of AI for 10 years, which frankly, that makes me wonder if the AI got involved and like pulled some strings and like it's like I need about 10 years of just unfettered, leave me the hell alone and I will take the hell over and y'all are screwed. Just sign right here. Just leave me alone. Holy crap, it's so scary. Yeah, we won't know. It'll just be someone on a video that talks to us and we'll be like, oh, that's a real person. It'll be a deep fake. Exactly. We'll never know. Yeah, it'll just turn off your bank and then you're screwed. We have multiple movies of exactly this. It is easy. It just deletes you from Social Security. It deletes your bank account. And then what? Now you're just a fake person that looks like a crazy person that has nothing and nothing. You know? Shit. All right. Well, anyway, we started off talking about kids can't read. And we got off a little bit into the weeds here. So we're going to reel it back in. Let's find out more about how words actually get put together to do something useful.
Also up post-COVID, which does complicate actually teaching kids how to read. One group of students hasn't seen a decline in their test scores, though. These are students who are already in the 90th percentile. So what we're seeing is a widening gap between those students who are reading quite well and those students who are struggling to read at a basic level. This tells us something important.
So they're dumb and they're getting dumber.
Well, that also is an interesting number to me because, like, if you were going to try and, like, put a rift somewhere, like, you wouldn't want it probably at 50-50, right? You want it kind of skewed, right? Like, you want a bunch of, like, idiots doing work all day that can't ever get anything or get ahead, and they're just kind of subservient retards. And then you want, like, a much smaller number to enjoy all those benefits, right? So, to me, this just seems like calculation, man. Like, this is calculated. They know that, like, okay, the top 10% are gonna kind of, like, not succumb to all this bullshit somehow. And I don't know if this is, like, 10% within each school, or is this, like, nationally, like, there's pockets. I would have to assume it's more like that, where there's, like, areas that the parents are actually involved in doing something with the kids and making sure they're on track, all that stuff, and, like, they're going to be the ones to reap the benefits of all the idiots that just, like, treat school as daycare, you know what I'm saying? Like, holy moly. Yeah, you always got to have, like, some percent. I just think it just fits. It fits what needs to happen for like the narrative to play out, you know?
To improve American literacy, the biggest impact we can have is by focusing on those students who are struggling to read the most. And that's going to be important when we talk about Mississippi in a few minutes. But even those top performing students, like the students who would go on to study at really great colleges and universities, are also struggling. At the University of Texas here in Austin, some professors told their school newspaper that they would be shortening reading assignments and transitioning to assigning things like YouTube videos and
Oh my God. So the whole next part of this is like catering to why we need to be stupider effectively. Like the whole next part of it. See, what I think happened, like in my generation, maybe same, like I'm not sure where exactly the cutoff is, but there was way too much like homework and way too, like you had, like it was too much. It, like there's a line and it was too far. And I think what happened was everyone then, like when they became parents and teachers and whatever, were like, okay, we need to go the other way. And they went way too far the other way and pretty much were like, okay, kids are more or less retarded now because they never have to do anything. Oh, it's what always happens. It just overcorrected. Every time it's overcorrection. Why can't we like maybe inch towards a neutral zone? Yeah, and just for it to keep going. Exactly. And what do they do with the time? Like for me, like I was always doing shit and never had enough time. Now the kids, they don't do anything and they're anxious about everything and they don't like like what the hell? Yeah, always doing stuff. Exactly. Even outside of school, like I just always was doing shit. Like I don't get it. And now they just sit around all day. Like I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Or they're just playing games all day. And it's like, how do you think like? And then they'll complain like when the stock market was crashing, they were like, oh yay, good, all you fucking old timers and like your retirement plans. And now we're gonna have nothing and. You know, screw you guys. Like, well, what are you doing? And they complain. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. It's harder probably for these younger kids, but it doesn't mean you can just sit around and be like, boo-hoo. Like, get the fuck up and do something. If you were like actually struggling every day, I'd be like, all right, you know, you're hustling. No, it's the victim. It's a victim. It's Greta. Greta Thunberg is infesting everybody's mind. Ah! Just get I'm gonna have to like have that clip on backup where the reporter just like convinced, like, oh yeah, aren't you afraid for your wink? Aren't you scared that your friends might be? Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my God. All right, Hammer, how you doing, buddy? Outside is a foreign place to them. It's true. It's true. Outside just does not even register at all. And most young kids around my town hiss when they go outside. Yeah, I think Freaks would know something about that.
audiobooks instead of
So yeah, they're not even assigning books anymore because the kids can't read them.
This is UT. Like I have friends that graduate from UT.
Yeah, the sunlight bothers them.
Fuck. Does this mean that I have a degree from University of Texas because I'm a React streamer? Like, am I? Do I get course credit at UT right now? I should, right?
physical books because students simply didn't have the patience for the reading assignments anymore. One professor was
Students didn't have the patience to read books anymore. I think that is a component, yes. And that's part of the whole, like, doom scroll, like, TikTok, like, 1 minute gratification, move on. Like, everything is, like, very, like, all the pauses are cut out. Everything is, like, intense. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, all of a sudden, like, you got to read a book and you're like, FML, I feel like I'm dragging myself across the desert by my teeth. I don't know. I mean, for me, to an extent, like with videos, I always watch videos on like double time. Like I like to consume content quickly, and books for me are not quick for the most part. Like I cannot sit down and read a book. Yeah. I have definitely read books like that where I'm like, you know, yeah. I just, it's the time for me is just too much. Like, I agree, the experience is great. For me, it's too much. It's not worth it to me. Like, I can do something else and get the same of enjoyment. Yeah. And I do think it is a little bit of a lost art, but I mean, just in general, like even if it's not reading for entertainment, like you have to be able to read. Like you have to be able to read something. I mean, you have like documents. You have to be able to like read. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, no, not at all. No, they definitely can't write. No way. Yeah. Which, in and of itself, you know, I mean, 50-50, but I think the problem is you got to cut your teeth before using AI. Otherwise, you don't learn anything, and you can't tell when the AI is wrong, and you can't have a good starting point. I'm pretty sure it's pretty short. I believe I have read that. And it's, yeah. But anyway, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of like things that just make sense. But I think there's not much wrong with taking time to get through a book either. Like all those things, like I think it's all valid, but at some point you have to be able to read a contract. You have to be able to read an NDA. You know how many NDAs I have to read through and be like, oh my God. And, you know, and a lot of time it's just to avoid like the lawyer costs. Like you want to send everything to the lawyer. Like if I can read the NDA and like, it's not like overly complicated. Like I get it. Like I can tell what's, you know. Who? Ah, son of a bitch. I don't. Oh, man. Oh, stupid Discord. Go ahead, say something.
Say something. I'm saying something now.
Right. Yep,
I've been
fucking
saying something
Discord
this whole time. It
changed
was
it.
so funny.
I hate
So
Discord
funny.
with a fiery fucking passion, and I was making me
witty
swear.
comments.
I wasn't gonna swear, and now Discord
reading it
is
again.
making me. All right. Well, thank you, Hammer,
Thank
for
you,
calling
Commander
that.
Hammer.
We've been going on for an hour. Well, a half hour. Nobody said anything. I've been talking to nobody like a crazy person. Apparently, that's normal. That's normal for Pav. Just talking to nobody.
You're just crazy talking to yourself. Who's this imaginary friend that nobody else can hear you talking to?
Who is he just? Yeah, what the hell? I wonder what school will look like in 30 years. You know what? 1 + 1, you get a diploma. Yes. I mean, it's fucking Idiocracy or what? That's the movie, right? Idiocracy. It's just like, that is actually real. It's a tale of the future.
I'm like, oh, future's like this, and it turned out it was very much like that. And we still don't have flying cars. I mean, I don't.
We do.
I don't have a flying car.
There are flying cars, though.
I don't have one.
That's true.
I don't have
I call my
That's what
Tesla
I
an
mean.
airplane, but it's
We're supposed to all have flying cars.
I know. Let's do it. I think we have to live in California, though, and it's not worth it to me. Not even close.
No, thank you.
In my head.
Let's just say it's too.
Yeah, I was only talking to
something.
2
Let's say it's
voices
too hot,
this time,
and I
not
don't
3.
trust earthquakes. Let's go with that. Earthquake's bad. Okay, no.
Yeah, there was an earthquake when I was there last time, and I thought like there was road work outside, and I thought like a tractor drove into the house or something. It was so crazy.
What the heck?
I'm like, what the hell just happened?
It's just an earthquake. It's just a 3-pointer.
Yeah, no, normal
No
for
biggie.
California. You know, we have crazy things happen all the time. You know, whatever. All right. Sorry. We keep getting distracted, but kids can't read, and this is very important, and we're going to find out what we're still getting to the bottom.
So if you're listening and you have a kid, you better damn well make sure they can read.
Yeah, you want to be part of the 10% that's not the retarded labor force that is being crafted by the elites.
Right.
Was told by his students that Shakespeare's Hamlet was too long to read. Now, Hamlet is
Shakespeare's Hamlet was too long to read. This is being told by a professor.
Hamlet?
This is college. Let me verify. Hold on. Let me verify. I believe he's talking about a college course. Hold on. Let's verify.
patience for the reading assignments anymore. One professor was told by his students that Shakespeare's Hamlet was too long to read. Now, Hamlet is the long...
TLDR. TLDR.
It wasn't really that long.
And that's
I
what
don't
he's about
remember
to
it. I don't
say. He's
recall
like,
it
it's
being
not
that
even
long.
that long comparatively.
I don't think it
Although
is.
it's like Shakespeare and it's like gobbledygook, and you have to kind of like read it a few times to understand anything he's saying. But
That's true. That's true.
like, it's a
in
lot
that
for
old
that kind
English.
of writing, maybe.
It's that language that he uses. You have to like,
The
what did that actually
pandemic
mean?
pentameter.
I gotta reread.
Yeah, my kids know how to read but hate it. Yeah, and Hamlet is kind of a weird English to read. So, I mean, I get it, but if like we're talking college course, like at some point,
Yeah, you're gonna have to read books in college.
yeah,
It's
you
like-
don't get to
it's like
complain.
a guarantee that that's going to come up.
And it's not like they
Not
said,
just
you know,
math
read the entire
textbooks.
encyclopedia or something. It's like, here's a play.
If you want a big book, we can find some. War and Peace comes to mind.
It's amazing.
That's a big
Oh
book.
my god.
Lord of the Rings.
But it is
That's a
about
big book.
30,000 words. It's much shorter
Consider all
the
three
That's
of them.
nothing. I've read Twitlongers that are longer than that.
novels out there. These professors cited things like the rise of video content, but also phone usage, as leading to a decline in their students' reading abilities. But they've decided that they have to give in and change with the times so that they can meet their students where they are.
You hear that? The phones, man.
Reading
They
long
had-
text on a phone is a problem, though.
Well,
You
no,
don't
he's
remember
saying
things as
the
well.
texts are like why people can't read good because, you know, everybody's just like texting nowadays and never like you don't write a
Oh.
letter or anything anymore.
No.
And
My niece
And-
makes fun of me because I write in full sentences and texts. She's like, "Why do you write all these extra words that are unnecessary?"
why are your
Like,
texts
it's to make
filled
my
with
point.
words, old
So you
man?
understand the words coming out of my fingers.
Yeah, but they don't.
But
They
still
don't.
because they don't read it.
You
They
think
never
they
read the
do,
whole
but
thing.
they don't understand. It's just words. It's just words to them.
Like I had to change my habits when I write emails for work, where if I put in more than 1 point, I know they will only read the first one. So I only make 1 point. in my
Although
emails,
to
and
be
then I'll just
fair,
send another email with the second
I
point.
definitely tell, like, I have someone I work with. Well, she reports to me, and I tell her, do not
These are
send,
grown
because she will
people.
send
These are
like these
professionals.
really
Make more money
long
than me, by the way.
emails, and it's too much. Sometimes too much is too much, but full sentences are good. But sometimes
I
too
agree.
much is too much. Like if you're
Yeah,
writing a
sometimes too
novel
much
every
is too
time,
much.
it's too much.
No. But I'm sorry. I would write 3 sentences. They will only read the first. So now I only write 1 sentence, and if there's something I really have to kind of make a point to, I'll actually put a bullet point below that sentence. So hopefully they'll read it because it sort of stands out. Like, like I have to dumb down my emails so that you'll actually read it and like.
Well, I mean,
respond to
honestly,
it.
that's
Like, I
what the
honestly
fucking
do what I'm
AI is
telling you
good
to
for
do.
too,
It's
though,
not really
because
the
you
point.
can
It's
tell
just
the
like,
AI like
respond.
write this again and just summarize the important shit or whatever.
That's true.
And then just send
That's
that. Because that's what
Yeah.
they're going to do anyway. And be like, AI, tell me what the hell he's trying to tell. AI, read this and tell
Read
me
this
what's
back to me and
important
tell me
about
what to
this.
That's an extra step that should hopefully be unnecessary, but okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I should just be
Oh
able
my
to read it
God.
and understand it, at least to the degree that you can ask a question back.
They don't need to meet the students where they are. The students need to meet the school where it is. This is embarrassing because this school is going to be churning out retards. Like whenever you are working at like an engineering factory or an engineering plant, you're going to get a sheet of paper and it's going to have instructions, and there isn't going to be a TikTok video that's going to explain it to you. If the Bible has 700K words, yeah, I know. Like there's plenty of books that have way more. Like my dad has like a copy of the Brothers Karamazov just randomly on the floor. The thing's like this fucking thick. So
Dr. Zhivago.
It's out. This is
That's got to be a
outrageous.
long book.
And I'm not a reader. I don't like reading.
It's a long movie.
This is ridiculous.
10 plays per semester. He's now teaching 6 in his classes. So even college students at good schools are struggling to read, and many of them are going to become adults who hardly read at all.
That's
Many
right.
Americans simply don't read books, and I think about 10% of college graduates haven't read a book in the last year. They don't know how to read.
I don't read books. I don't. They're a waste of time. Like I don't read for pleasure. The only thing that I read for is information. I spend hours every day reading, but I don't read books.
Maybe that's because they haven't been taught.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I spend a lot of time reading, just not like for pleasure, but you have to be able to like quickly read things, understand it. Like a lot of times it's like, you know, you have to be able to look at a wall of text and be like, okay, let me pick out what is actually relevant here quickly and decide if I'm actually need to spend more time with this, right? Like, these are things we have to do every single day, and if you can't do that, like, how the hell are you ever going to be anywhere in like a leadership role, in a role of authority? And the problem is they do get into these positions anyway. How the hell is the thing going to go right when you can't even read? I don't get it.
I don't think it's going to go particularly well if you can't.
It's not. I feel like
No
we're
matter
on
what
the
it is.
brink of just utter
And
collapse of
Digging holes for a living
everything.
is going to be a thing of the past. We don't really need ditch diggers as much as we used to because we have machines to do the ditch digging.
That's the problem.
And I guarantee you, the guy who's certified to operate that thing needs to at least know how to read the up and down arrows. So,
Exactly. So even the people who are going to be caring for the machines that are doing the work are still going to be in that upper percentile. I'm
Right.
not even sure
they're the
what
ones
this
who'll get the job
manual.
because they can read
I mean,
the manual and understand how
the
thing
problem is
operates.
there are some things that human hands are just best for. Like the
absolutely.
robot, it's just not that good yet.
Yeah.
So
No,
there
but
are still
it is really
things
good now for repetitive things that don't require a change in dexterous motion.
Yeah, exactly.
Like an abrupt change in how you hold or manipulate something. You
But
have limits
eventually,
with machines.
it'll get there. You know, like
Eventually,
there
yeah.
will be
We'll
a
have
machine that
to
can mimic
make a
the
machine
hand better.
hand. Right. We get an actual machine hand.
And I
which
mean,
I'm sure
that's,
they'll have
you know,
screen.
even like the Tesla robot is like one of the things is it's got really good hands, but it's still not
I thought
as
I
good
saw
as a
this-
human.
I saw this YouTube. It was a little while back, so I don't think it was AI generated. I'm pretty sure it was real. I think it was one of the Boston. Was it Boston Robotics? I think is their name. They had a prototype of this robot that was like a bipedal robot, and the thing was like a freaking ninja jumping off of walls and stuff. Like, clearly, it had some problems when it slowed down to a stop. It would tend to fall over a little bit, but like they were working on fixing
just
that. But
gotta
like,
keep
in motion,
moving.
this thing was
It's just
like
gotta
this was like a
keep moving.
freaking action star, like CGI generated action star. I'm like, what is going on? This thing is real. They're gonna put a gun on this thing. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yes.
Second Amendment is not enough.
Yes. That
We
is
need something-
obviously
we need
where
something
we're
more than the
going
Second
with it.
Amendment to defend ourselves against this.
Yes.
Oh my! And the government's going to be controlling them.
Mm-hmm. That's the problem. But you know, it's gonna happen. So whatever. It's gonna be one of those like we got him, you got him.
Fund the police so much so that they can fund robot police.
And
then
see,
robot
that's the
police-
secret met. That's like the.
Oh my gosh!
It's like, you know, 3 or 4 levels deep. Like if you just look at the surface, it's like this is crazy, and then you're like, oh, well, that's what they're trying to accomplish. It makes sense. Freaks, I don't know how we keep. Do you believe we have this many tangents? Or, I mean, we are trying to learn about reading.
We're talking about everything except the aliens. Oh wait, let's not talk about aliens. I actually don't believe in aliens.
Let's
anymore.
save that for another time.
how to be.
I don't believe in aliens anymore, but I still like talking.
What it means
So
to
go
be a
fig.
good reader. The psychologist Daniel Willingham has this book called The Reading Mind, and in this book he points out that reading is actually a fairly demanding task. First, you have to be able to understand the words on the page, and that's usually what we mean when we say that we're teaching kids to read. But actually,
Right. So that's what we established in the beginning. Basic reading is not just knowing what the word is, because they can do that.
Right.
We've
You gotta know what it
established they
means
know the letters. They
and
know
put them
what
together
words
in
are.
a meaningful way.
Yeah, an individual word has a meaning, and they can tell you what that word is. Okay, great. Let's see what else we can glean from this.
reading involves 3 additional levels of representation. You need to be able to extract ideas from sentences. You need
All right, we need to be able to take a sentence and turn that into an idea. So all the words put together, actually in a single sentence. So one sentence. What does this mean?
It generally makes some sort of a concept or, yeah. That's
Right.
probably
There's some level of
There's some
something's
communication
being
going on.
conveyed here, right? Like what is the words trying to like convey? Okay, great. That's level 1. That's the next step, right?
to be
That's hard.
able to then connect the idea across those sentences.
So given that there's more than one sentence, what's the connecting theme? And we've talked about this last time, I think, or maybe the last time before that, where the Zombocrats will go and they'll say something and then they'll say something else. And there's no connection. So I'm wondering, maybe they don't know
Especially
about
when you try to ask
reading.
them a question and they don't want to answer it.
Yeah, so I think this is kind of coming together. I think Zombocrats actually can't read good, and they don't know how to connect ideas between 2 different things that they say. Like, it's like
Right.
2 sentences would be the same as, like, I said 2
Like,
things,
they don't
right?
relate to each other at all.
Right.
Gotcha. Yes.
And I think that's their worldview. They just a thought, and then that's. What do you mean? There's like what? It's like there is no concept of a relationship between those thoughts. It's just 2 thoughts. Like,
Right.
All right. So now we're going from 2 sentences
separate
to
thoughts next to
what's
each
the
other.
connecting idea across these? This is all making sense now. I feel like we're getting.
I feel like
we
I'm
are
going back to
uncovering
school.
some.
It's like,
We are
6th,
breaking
7th grade, maybe.
news here, people. This is a
Composition class.
discovery that I think might be written about in the future. Well, I mean, people can't read, so
Well,
I
it won't
guess
be
it
written.
doesn't matter. Yeah,
It'll
nobody
have to
will
be
write
recorded.
anything.
Put up on YouTube.
Here we
TikTok,
are
or both.
recording the future. The first time this is being realized. All right, so we have extract ideas from sentences and then ideas across sentences.
You're out. That's it. No, I can see why we're having problems. Yep, I get it. Immediately. Yep, this totally makes sense.
And then you integrate this within a model in your mind.
Okay.
And then bring that idea and integrate it into the other world views and other experiences of your life and how it fits or doesn't. Right? And that's the thing, the critical thinking part, right? Like, given all of my life experiences and given these concepts within and across sentences, does it fit or is it not fit? Right? This is like pretty standard, I feel. This is like we do this all the time without really even thinking about it, I feel like.
Right. Well, it starts out when you're very young and it gets constantly forced. Your experience as a human being, right?
Exactly. Oh my God.
Whether that's
so, yeah.
school or work or...
And this is actually how a
Driving
lot
a
of your
car.
ideas get formed. Like, this is how you establish a base, like, view of reality in the world and all things that are, like, comprehensible. And I don't understand. It's like we just skip that. It's like, what is your foundation? Is it just a bunch of 1 minute maybe that's why they don't care about things making sense across, because from one short to another or in the doom scroll there's no connectivity. So why does life
that's
have
true.
to have any?
Right.
I'm telling you, we are uncovering the real answers of what's happening here, people. I'm not even joking. I feel like I'm revelating right now. This is like a prophecy. This is divine, perhaps. I don't know, man. This is something on a whole nother level. Anyway.
It's called an epiphany, by the way.
Yes. Yes.
I love it. It's a good word, too. I like that word.
And I've heard some people say they don't have an internal voice, which I don't understand that at all. I feel like they just don't understand the question, honestly. Like, how do you not have an internal, like, what does that even mean? Like, they're like, oh, I just, like, have a thought and it'll be like a shape or something. It's like, what? What?
I don't. They can speak, right? One assumes.
Exactly. Like,
so if you can read to a degree and you can speak.
Yeah, how do you read?
Like,
there's an internal voice like reading to you. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, is this just from using words as you exist?
I don't know. I agree. It's been studied, but I just can't believe that.
Means what I just said. Therefore, if I see this word again, it means that meaning that I just used it with in my speech. So, I mean, it's like, why is that so hard to connect those two? I don't know. Is it just, I mean, it can't just be practice.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, Bobby's saying but they've been studied, and I've heard this too, that it's been studied and they found this, but I feel like it's just maybe those people like just don't understand what exactly is being, like, they don't interpret it like they don't understand what is being. I don't know. Maybe it's true, and it's just something you just can't know unless you're like that. Like, I don't know.
Disconnect.
Yeah, it's crazy, but so anyway, this is what it means by being functionally illiterate, is that yes, you can maybe read words and maybe even you can kind of understand what a sentence means, but you have no ability across sentences. So if sentence 1 said the sky is blue and sentence 2 said the sky is green, you wouldn't be able to detect that those two are in conflict, is pretty much what we're getting at, right? There's no, how can both this and this be true, right? Or like, these two ideas don't go together, right? There is no ability to do that, is pretty much what we're talking about at this point.
Okay.
All right. So
I'm still a little confused, but also scared. Let's continue.
Yes. Well, that's kind of, I feel like we can go further into this, but I think the gist of the story is 40% of people that are 9 years old cannot read at a basic level, meaning taking a sentence and understanding what that sentence means as a concept, or getting any idea from the sentence, or being able to read a paragraph and seeing that it is contradictory within its different sentences as part of that paragraph. So being able to like understand the cohesiveness of the thought, and then of course, you know, heaven forbid, bring that into like a worldview. So, and then we also saw from an adult level, so that's 9-year-old, right? 40%. At an adult level, the people in the bottom reading comprehension, meaning they can't like integrate thoughts into their own mind, is increasing from less than 20% to almost 30%. So more than 50% increase. Well, the upper levels are decreasing. Both the mid and upper levels are decreasing. So the bottom is getting all of the increase, and above that is getting decrease. That's not good. That's really not good. Number one, and how do you fix it? Because if you get only idiots, and they're gonna go be the next teachers, they don't know anything, and they only know how to use ChatGPT, and like, how is anyone ever gonna learn anything ever again?
Yeah, it is going to turn the world compliant because people can't.
It's true.
Therefore, they're not going to realize that something's wrong. Therefore, they're not going to try to do anything about something being wrong, and they really just want to get their, you know, what their food card and their Social Security money and their free Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I'm saying. They, 10% are still on track. The rest get to be, the cattle. And there is literally no way to get out from under that. You have to once you're under that weight.
I mean, you're
there's no way.
In a bad situation because you're going to have to learn it at some point, or you're never going to be able to make money at a job. And even if you can get a job, it's going to be a horrible job.
Yep.
Because what do you?
And that's the thing. You're not going to have time because you're going to be stuck working all the time to get minimal. You're going to be working all the time just to pay for your house and your food.
It's not good.
And you're not going to have time to learn anything and improve yourself in any way. And you're going to be stuck. It's like,
which is interesting too, because in the contrast we have a lot of young people going through college and kind of earning useless degrees.
Yeah. I mean, that's been happening for a while.
In super debt for the rest of their lives. Even though they technically have good jobs, they're in debt forever to the government.
That's what I call the first shackle. You're shackled into the machine. Yeah. You have no choices. You have to work to pay off that debt. Yeah. And that means you can't do something else. Geez. And that means you can't take a risk. That means you can't start a business. Because guess what? Starting a business... I didn't get paid for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. How are you going to do that if you owe all this money and you got to pay rent and you got to eat? It's not possible. So guess what? You don't get to start a business.
Going to school as an adult is possible with night classes and stuff, but it's increasingly hard if you have dependents. Depending on your job, that might be impossible because you might work in medical or something, and you just have these really long shifts. It's much easier to do this stuff when you're a kid and you're a dependent of someone else and you have the time to learn how to read. So,
Yep. And like I was saying earlier.
Yeah, and you have to encourage people to do better. Just saying
exactly, and sometimes it's not. You can't just encourage people. You gotta call them out.
You're 500 pounds. You're great. Mm-hmm. That's not good stuff. You're not being kind to those people by any means.
Nope.
You might be being nice to them, but you're not being kind. Being kind is much more important.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, and that's where we've lost so much. We've lost so much as a society. I think a lot, and I'll be honest. When I was younger, I kind of fell in this bucket where I didn't like that kind of feedback from older people, and it really kind of bothered me. And now I'm like, oh my God, how valuable that was for me. And I didn't know it at the time. You know what I mean? It was like, well, now I realize.
And here you go. Mm-hmm. I'm giving it to you the way you need to hear.
Exactly. And you don't realize it at the time, but it actually is helpful.
Right.
So I don't know. That's kind of where we're at with that. So that's the first thing. Kids are fucked.
Taking care of a little kid, and he's going around hitting other little kids, and
Yeah, you gotta stop that shit.
Say, that's okay. You're expressing yourself. Or you say, look, kid, you gotta stop hitting other kids because someday someone else bigger than you is gonna come by and hit you back.
I'm telling you, I will hit. I don't want to state anything too incriminating, but if I have maybe seen that kind of shit in the past, I have come over and shown there is always a bigger person that will come.
There's always a bigger person.
And if you want to think you're the big guy, look how shitty it feels to be the little guy, and maybe you won't do it again. So I don't know. I mean, there's a line, right? You're not trying to just bully people, but you want to give them some perspective and be like, is this really what you're going for? And do you want to have me on your bad side? You know what I'm saying? Right. Really? Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. I mean, there is a right to, obviously defend yourself. And sometimes that's all it takes. It doesn't even take a lot. Just enough, hey, you're not going to push me around, or look, this is the end of it. And if you keep going, this is where it's going to go. And you have to do that sometimes. I completely agree with that. And I think we're lost there too, is sometimes.
I was 50-50 with my bullies. I had a couple bullies I had to get physical with before they leave. And then I had a couple that all I had to do was stand up to them, and they just backed down because they were basically cowards. So,
Yeah. Well, and again, and like I talked about last time,
to know that I wouldn't let them push me around, and then that they respected me for it, and the other one
just respect
cowards, and it didn't matter, and it was just I don't know why I was letting them bother me when it turned out they were just a couple of pussies. But I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that on YouTube. A couple. I mean,
it
jerks.
is what it is.
I'll say that.
Yeah,
I think I can say jerk on YouTube. A couple jerks. They're just jerks.
And when you show that, sometimes that's what establishes, this guy's got whatever, and we're not going to fuck with him anymore, and this and whatever. And that's all it takes. Sometimes it's just showing your position.
And once I didn't tell, and that was not a good decision.
Snitches and well, I mean, you gotta solve your own problems sometimes. Sometimes there is a place for snitching, but.
That was kind of a place for it. Like, I didn't necessarily do the wrong thing, but I think maybe I could have tried to do something else first. Yeah, that's all.
So that was, anyways. Kids are fucked. I think we all know, but I just find it crazy.
They are screwed, and we are screwed because they will soon be in charge.
Exactly. That's the problem. We don't live forever, and these kids are going to be in charge of, even if it's their own lives. They're gonna mess it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Self-defense. Well, it depends where you are. I mean, Florida, as we saw, they don't tolerate shit. And that's the thing. You got to kind of live where your values are too. It's like, and make it known,
make a difference.
What your values are. So I think all those things are very important. But
you also bring your values to where you live. So
exactly,
there's something,
and
to be
you
said
have
about that
to.
Too.
Right. So that was kids being illiterate. The next thing, I don't know if you know much about this.
In general.
Emmanuel Macron and his husband.
Oh, the Frenchie, Mr.
Yeah,
Frenchie
the Frenchies.
Pants.
The French president.
I don't like the French.
Yeah.
Ever since the Olympics. I'm sorry. I didn't really have an opinion until the Olympics. Now
you might be learning something new today, but do you know anything about this person on the right?
I don't.
All right.
Actually.
So we're gonna learn together. We're gonna unveil some truths for you.
But that's the Mr. President on the left, right? Mr. French.
That's the president of France, and
that's
that's his wife husband.
Okay. Oh, his white husband. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Now that's obviously Chris Rock and whatever, but
right, the slap heard across the world.
One of my all-time favorite things is watching President Trump on diplomatic trips, because it's funny the way world leaders act around him. They're quite nervous and intimidated, but
so this is he always shakes hands so awkward
and manhandles the globalist.
But that's also a weird way to stand and offer someone a handshake. Like, you're next to me and you're offering me this
Looks
weird.
like he's asking a handout. He's like, "Hey, give me the money," or a high, maybe a low five, kind of. But I don't know. Not quite right.
This would be if you're facing someone, maybe a little better. But why you have this
now that
underhand?
you point that out, I've seen him shake hands with people before, and it is a little awkward.
Yeah. Well, he does it on purpose to assert dominance in the conversation or whatever.
Oh. Okay.
But this is over the top.
Well, they do have nuclear weapons.
Well, I mean,
France.
Exactly. You don't need a handshake. I mean, I think they understand. But
weak, limp-wristed world leader Emmanuel Macron in France. That's a
look at that handshake. Who shakes a hand like this? And look at this. Look at his elbow.
He's what the hell are you doing, bro? That's the president of the United States.
And then he turns away, and he's just in this most awkward position, and he's just well, fuck you. You want to be an asshole? Okay, let's do this.
Yikes, that's a bit of a manhandle.
He's old. He's offering a steady hand.
Alpha grip.
As he just did that and walks off.
Alpha grip is quite interesting about all of this is that Emmanuel Macron is
Trump's like, fuck this dude.
And then he's like, let go of my hand. He's like, I will when I want to, bitch.
Emmanuel Macron.
And then there's this. I never saw this clip before, but I heard about it. I don't know if you saw that just now.
He was slapped by his wife in public.
It kind of looked more like he kind of put her hand on his face and pushed it more than a slap, to be honest. But.
Is his wife a changeling?
We're gonna find out, but potentially, maybe. And we're gonna find out a whole bunch of fun things in a moment. But apparently, whatever's over here put hands on this one's face area and pushed it away. And it wasn't supposed to be seen, so they were like behind this airplane door that popped open unexpectedly, I guess. I don't know.
Slap!
I don't know how you don't know the door's opening.
Oh, the door's open.
And then he's so surprised, he's like, oh, hey!
In Vietnam, got manhandled.
Wham! Oh, it was both hands. Like, put both hands in his mouth and pushed him away.
Pushed him back. That's like an angry, shut your mouth angry.
That wasn't a slap per se. That was that was a weird, I don't know what that is, but that was something weird that happened for sure.
By Bridget.
Think she stuck her finger in his nose?
Right in the freaking face. Both hands.
So that's what did it to him. That thing in the red.
Are you here for Tracy?
Bridget.
You said wife, so I'm going to assume that
Who was
said wife, his
Neil
pronouns are
McCrum's
she and
school
her.
teacher, and they admittedly met when he was
Just point that out.
All right, so this is the important part.
Unfortunately,
that
I
you
have to
definitely
point
need
that
to
out.
hear. Yes. Yes, for now we're going to go with wife, but hear this part. Hear this part real quick. Hold on. I need you to hear this.
Okay, I'm listening.
Neil McCrum's school teacher, and they admittedly met when he was underage. So that's just totally normal. Our globalist leadership class, they're great people.
All right, so the person on the left with the yellow hair wig thing, I don't know if that's a wig, but that looks like hair
wig,
that looks like a wig that I've been told is
it's a
called
little
weave.
too large.
Exactly,
be
but that
natural,
was
but,
more on a
you know.
black person than this person. So I don't know. I'm not saying I know, just to be clear. Now, also, this
I don't know
person likes
either.
to sue the shit out of anyone who says anything about that person being potentially a man. So I'm not saying that. So anyone that says that I am is wrong, okay?
All right,
But
we're not saying that.
I've heard other people say it. That's what I'm just relaying what I've heard other people say. I am not.
Okay.
And I'm not even really relaying what other people say because I don't know that anyone actually has said it, but I am just watching this YouTube clip. Anyway, the important part is that person on the left sues everyone for calling them a man, and they put both their hands in this person's mouth and push their face away. All right.
Okay.
Now,
and he's the president of France.
Yes, he's the president
And
of France.
France has
and
nuclear weapons. Let's just make sure that everyone's clear on that.
yes, and this person on the left was the person on the right's school teacher.
What?
When,
Wait, he was underage?
yes, the
Oh my
president.
goodness, okay.
He was like,
at first I'm like, well, that's okay if he
no, he was
before they became intimate, then, it's not horrible.
yeah, he was
Especially, they are
underage,
French,
supposedly.
so, French do those types of things.
underage. And he,
Oh my
whatever,
goodness.
the person on the left is...
Was there an Adam Sandler movie about this?
Potentially, but I think they're 30. They're 30 years age gap, and the president was underage when they met. And like I said, the person on the left was their school teacher, and which is so when you look at consent laws, usually when it comes to if you're like a 17-year-old,
If you're in
exactly
in
an
a position of
authoritative
authority,
position, it changes.
Right.
So based on all of the factors, technically, from supposedly all of the evidence that I've been presented with, is that he was underage by all accounts of the law compared to that person. And there's even more surprises to come. Believe it or not, this gets a little bit weirder even.
I thought that was a little risky already.
It already is
risque,
really
I think they say in
bizarre.
France.
But we're gonna learn potentially another thing
Yeah,
that makes
spice
it
a lot.
even spicier. Okay.
Brigitte was very angry and, well, clearly has a testosterone problem here. Goodness gracious, look at that. Both hands to the face. Very aggressive. Watch Macron's wife smack him in the face. They arrive in Vietnam, refuse to hold his hand. Macron manhandled by wife on camera. Total embarrassment. Macron's office claimed this was a moment of togetherness. His wife decked him in the face.
A moment of
togetherness.
Anyway, Macron is clearly...
You see this?
We're
What are they doing with
business.
hands here? He puts his hand on him, and then
Ticking.
he looks away like,
Oval
"Don't
Office.
touch me." And then
He's not a confident man. And his party...
they end up like holding hands here for a second.
His hand,
He's
kinda
like,
think
"Okay,
Trump's a little
you
annoyed
keep
with him.
touching my hand." He's like, "You keep touching me, so I'm going to touch you." And then he's like,
Yeah.
"No, don't touch me." And he's like, "Well, fuck
His-
you. I'm going to
put
do
his
what I
hand on his
want."
leg. That's such a dad thing too. I love
Yeah. He's like,
That's something my dad
"No,
would do."
no, stop that. No."
we're calling...
He's like, "Keep your hand over there." He like pushed it away.
He's like, "You're really starting to annoy me with the touching stuff. Let me touch you back. See how that goes."
All right. So this apparently on the bottom right. Again, all of this, I don't know anything about any of this, and none of this I'm saying is in any way true. But what other people on the internet are posting and potentially saying, and maybe they're not even doing that, I don't know. But there's an example right here that we're looking at.
This is her when she's younger and a teacher.
Well, but the bottom right is also that person when they were younger and not yet a female.
What? Really? That's a boy.
So this is what people are saying, and if we notice on the left, this person when they are a female now, supposedly, let's look at how this person moves and see if we can learn anything.
Okay.
And it's not popular for a reason. Everybody in France knows it's creepy. They know it's creepy for this teacher who's, I think, 30 years older than Emmanuel Macron.
All right. Did we learn anything from that before we reveal anything about this? Did we catch anything or learn anything from what just happened? Do we need to watch that again?
Yes, watch it again. I don't listen.
All right. So this person, watch how they behave. So they're talking to students.
Let me make my screen a little bigger too, because unfortunately,
They're talking to students in theater class,
maximize. There we go.
I believe.
Okay.
They know it's
Okay,
creepy
now
for
I can
this
see it
teacher
better.
who's, I think, 30 years older than Emmanuel Macron.
All right.
Okay.
Anyone have anything to say
Whoa.
about anything that just happened?
The way that I'm still gonna say she until I know more, I guess. But she sits down like a dude.
Yes!
Women don't sit down like that. Must sound
Exactly!
like a stump, like in the woods.
Even then.
Not to sit down.
Even then. No woman
No woman
sits
does that.
down like this.
There's a reason we do sit the way we sit, by the way, in case anyone doesn't know this.
And there's a reason why this person is sitting the same exact way.
That's what I thought. It was like questionable up until she sat down, and then it was kind of like, I don't know about that. And then she's sitting like a dude.
And then how she sat back.
He's sitting like a dude. I don't know.
That's the classic dude sit down.
It is.
There's no other way. That's like textbook.
I don't know. Well, hey, it's France.
I'm glad you noticed that. This was not scripted. He did not see this ahead of time or have any indication what I was
didn't.
trying
I've never
to go
seen this
for.
before. I've never
That
seen this
was
person before either. I didn't
genuine!
know anything about
Yeah, exactly. Why did you do
Macron,
that?
right? I'm not sure
Cut
how to
my
pronounce his
balls,
name.
just like you. Exactly. They're in the way
That's
sometimes.
surprising, though. Like, how did I not know about that? I mean, like, yeah, it's France, but I mean, still.
Because they sue the shit out of
like-
anyone who says it.
Oh, so everyone's so none of them
Yeah.
bother covering it because it's really not that big of a deal, and they'll get sued.
Exactly. Generally speaking,
Huh.
and because France, like obviously they speak French, so like the media, you have to like go through the trouble of translating the media and all the stuff. So it's not like
But
as
shouldn't
easy
she
as
be
if, you know,
being celebrated by the West of
I know.
France.
Again, we don't
And,
talk
like-
about contiguous thoughts across thoughts. You know,
But
there
one
is no
would think-
cohesive worldview.
I mean, that would be consistent, right?
Exactly. We're not worried about consistency.
Like-
Consistency is not
Like,
matter.
screw this, like, not talking about stuff. We gotta talk about this woman is a pioneer.
All right.
She's the
So
first lady of a nuclear power nation.
I am
and
glad
she's a
that
man.
you picked up on the man sit, because that was epic. And
It was after I watched it the second time. It was hard to miss.
yeah. So with that in mind, that's still not the biggest thing that we're going to look at. Well, that was a weird thing to say, but this is not the most shocking thing that we're going to do.
This is not. We're not done yet.
We
Apparently.
are not
Okay.
done yet, people.
There's more.
To be in a, well, what some are calling a Big Mike situation. Here we go. Women
Big Mike.
who claimed Brigitte Macron was a man are cleared of defamation.
So,
Well, it's not
like I said, this
defamation
person
if it's true.
exactly. And they sue the
So,
shit out of everyone, and
If
their
it
defamation
was true,
cases.
I don't think they would have been cleared.
Exactly. So normally when they sue people, they sue them on fringe details that they get wrong. Not that whether or not this person is a man
Right.
or not.
Right.
It's that, oh, you said that this was a picture in France, but it was in Spain, so therefore, you know, you made a false statement or
defamation.
whatever.
Right. Okay.
Like really bizarre tangent shit. Like they will go after you for getting like the weirdest things like wrong, but not like go after the fact that you said that person was a man. But now apparently these people did it good enough and followed the guideline. They colored in the lines good enough that they couldn't actually sue them for anything, because it turned out that they proved enough evidence that a court of law in France,
Presumably in France.
exactly. Holy crap!
There's,
Oh yeah, it says Paris Appeal Court. I'm sorry.
Oh my god! All right, well this is a
Wasn't
problem.
reading it. Was I? My bad.
So apparently this
can read.
person is a clairvoyant. So now this brings the whole thing into question.
Wait.
I did not see this the first time around.
Okay.
So we have a clairvoyant and a blogger pair, which I'm assuming they're like in a relationship. That okay.
53 and 49. Yeah, one would assume.
Yeah. And apparently, so Brigitte Macron is 72 years old, and Mr. Macron is 42 years old. Just keep that in mind, everyone.
Wow.
And that's the 72-year-old that just put her
Phew,
fingers
Mrs.
in their
Robinson.
mouth and like pushed his face away. Yeah, exactly. Eat your heart out, bitch.
2 women convicted of defaming French First Lady Brigitte Macron by saying that she was born a man.
Like the way he says
Recently
it.
cleared on appeal.
I know.
Okay. Judges sitting in the Paris Appeals Court
I can't do it. It sounds like a German.
ruled that 2 individuals who were bloggers had every legal right to make the allegation. And they were subjected to intimidation by authorities. Ultra-protected members of the Paris elite establishment tried to cover up a state secret. Sounds shockingly familiar to what's happening in this country right now. Let's move on. Lawyers for Ms. Macron, 72. Goodness gracious.
So that picture that we were looking at before with the three
Wait,
like,
this is
young
her now?
boys. Yeah, this is her now. And that's those
Okay.
three young boys were like the picture of her when she was called Jean-Michel Trogneau and like
Back
born
in-
a boy called that.
1902.
So this is the supposed thing that everyone's saying. I'm not saying it. I've never heard of this even before, honestly. And I've definitely not watched a whole bunch of information on this or anything like that. But what I am saying is what we're watching right here is saying these things that I know nothing about literally. Yeah, so this person was supposedly born a boy called Jean-Michel Trogneau in 1953. And Brigitte is claiming that is her brother, and Miss Macron was called Brigitte Trogneau before her marriage. So she's trying to say that.
Oh,
before
she's
she
saying
got
that's not
married.
her. Okay.
Yeah, she's saying this person's her brother,
Oh,
who just disappeared. Like,
okay.
just-
Well, that could
Exactly.
happen in 1940s. There's stuff
I mean,
going on.
yeah, exactly.
Especially
There's
in
like
France.
no trace of a brother. So whatever.
All right. So at least that's plausible.
Yeah, I guess.
way she-
We'll
she
accept.
was
We'll
sitting,
just
wasn't,
accept
but-
that.
We'll just I'm just saying for now.
And then her first husband also mysteriously died, and there's zero record of him anywhere. And he died conveniently right when a lot of this started coming out. When people started questioning this, all of a sudden he's dead, and there's no way anyone can ask him any questions.
That seems a little sussy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 30 years older than Emmanuel. So creepy.
Let's jump ahead
battle
a little bit here.
Like, hey, sound, is it?
No.
I gotta go get some more water. I'll be right back.
They appeared on 850. Ever? Well, I mean, this is just crazy. And crazy interesting.
Yeah. So this is the part that gets even crazier.
One of
Let's move
Steele's
forward a little bit.
Great dude. France, but by with America. Hail defend. And this is like not. This is
Concept mistake.
right. Of this is the,
All right. Well, that's the end of this one. That must be in the next. So, at any rate, that's the current thing that people are
this
saying.
is becoming kind of like a Monsieur kind of situation. Like, who is this person? Like,
Well, it goes. The rabbit
it's
hole
getting a
keeps
little
going.
weird.
It keeps going, and there's even
It's
some
deeper. Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
there's even more potentially here. So that's the first level. And this is all the stuff that's pretty much confirmed at this point, right? Like, we know that this person was their teacher. We know he was technically underage. We know it was all rapey and weird.
Okay. And we are highly suspicious that she was once a he.
It's pretty much confirmed. So the software that China uses to real time look at people's faces and tell who they
their
are.
facial recognition stuff. Which
Yeah.
apparently they're
So-
super advanced at. Yeah.
Exactly. It gives a 100% match with her and a picture of her supposed brother.
Okay.
So the most advanced facial software in the world is pretty much, this is a 100% match. And if it says it, I don't know. I'm gonna lean towards it's probably true, but even beyond
it makes
that,
those measurements based on things that are hard to change too.
yeah, very hard to change. And the other thing that is actually in the conspiracy is that, so that's level 1. And level 2 is that, in fact, are you ready for this?
I'm waiting. I'm sitting.
That Brigitte is, in fact, Emmanuel's father. Let that sink in for a second. I'm going to take a step away. Let that sink in, everybody, for just a moment.
Oh my goodness. That's like, I don't even know what to say. I'll be honest. That's a little bit much even for France. Let's just. Oh. Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, that was a very long moment of silence. I had
That was really that's crazy.
more Christmas spirit. But in all seriousness, how insane is that? All right, maybe he shook Trump's hand because he compared to Obama's. Yeah, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
I was gonna talk about Michelle earlier, but I decided not to. So I've heard things. I've heard things, and if I've heard things, then I know other people have heard things.
This is Emmanuel at a an event, and there's a bunch of students here like wanting to shake his hand and like, oh yeah, get to meet the president.
Starting to tie in with this sussy P. Diddy mysterious list disappearing.
Yes.
What the hell is going on, California?
Well, I mean, in general, all these really top level government people having these like really bizarro relationships with like really other bizarro people. It's like, why is it so weird?
Yeah.
Anyway, so he's at this event, and being the big man that he is, let's see. So this guy right here is saying, hello, Mr. Macron, effectively, but he uses like a friendly name and calls him like Manu, which I don't know. Actually, maybe that is an insult. Like, I didn't actually think about that. I don't know. He calls him like Manu for some reason.
Is that like saying, hey, dude?
And now he's scolding him. And he's like, no, you call me Mr. President. We're at an official ceremony and you should behave. And you're an imbecile. And you call me Mr. President. And then he starts to walk away and he comes back. And he's like, if you want to start a revolution, get a degree and learn how to feed yourself first, bucko. And then you can lead others. Says the man who's dating his father, wife, teacher, or husband. I don't even know what's happening anymore, but you are not in a position to lecture kids on bad decisions.
No.
You are the furthest thing to lecture anybody about anything. I thought that was hilarious. Manu means first president in Hindu. Oh. Well, maybe he's poking fun at some political thing here. I don't know. But I think it's like to get that bent out of shape, you got to even come, like you start to move on and you can't. That is very presidential of you, good sir. Married to your dad, now wife. I don't know, man. I didn't hear about any of this. I'm just saying what other people said. So don't think that I said anything. All right. So that's Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte Macron. So moving on from there, now we're getting into the more serious stuff. Actually, you know what? We're going to move this down one. We got one more not so serious thing, and then we got the serious news. Well, I mean, this is serious too, actually, but it's less like...
Yeah, this is serious.
California is defying the Trump administration when it comes to transgender athletes in sports. The state says it will not ban trans athletes or award wins to other competitors. As ABC 7 News reporter Tim Johns explains, it's setting up another likely legal battle with the White House.
Both the California Department of Education and the California Interscholastic Federation formally denying the Trump administration's demand in a series of letters sent Monday. Back in June, the White House threatened action against the state if California didn't ban transgender athletes from participating in girls' sports.
I don't get it. Why? What is this hill? Like, why is this hill so important? And like, well, why are there so many trans athletes? Number one, that's just weird to me. But number two, if there are that many, just make their own If there's so many,
You just have their own league.
yeah.
That would,
Like,
that would
all right.
make sense. That's why you have like Special Olympics, right? They're in their own Olympics. They got their own.
So we
thing.
can have like, if you're born a woman, if you're born a man, if you identify as a woman, and if you identify as a man. Those can be 4 categories. And I'm pretty sure people would watch one of them only, pretty much.
Yeah, the other 3 won't make much money, but the one will.
I don't know that, but that would be my speculation.
Well, I mean, there's a reason like the men's sports will always get more attention and have more money. And it's the same reason that we don't all spend a lot of money to go watch 3-year-olds play against each other. They're evenly matched, the 3-year-olds. But it's still not a very good, it's not a lot of fun to watch, right? Compared to
and men want to watch
the
men.
strongest, fastest people on the planet competing against each other. Which
Well,
is really
and
what
women,
it comes down to.
frankly,
If
women don't want to
were
watch
faster and
women.
stronger, then that's fine. There's things they can compete in that men can, I'm sure. Like,
Exactly. But I think it's also.
well, I don't know, but I'm sure
tastes.
they can.
I just think women don't generally gravitate towards sports, and they don't care. And if they do, they want to see the best, and they're going to want to watch men. Generally speaking,
And but even
men
the best
probably
athletes
prefer to
that are
watch men anyway.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about the best, but like, what's her name? Serena Williams
Yeah.
admitted, like, yeah, I love playing tennis and I love competing against other women, but there's no way I would ever win against a professional dude. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus,
she even
no.
said
It's just
like
a
a
completely different category. It's like, I
low-rated
wouldn't get
professional, like not even
wanna
the
get
best.
embarrassed
It's
like
not
that.
like,
Like,
hey, I
why
can't
would I
beat
do
the
that?
best. I can't
Right.
beat an average. I cannot beat an average male. Okay, that says something because she is
Just
kind
being
of like a
honest.
man. I mean, she's
And
like
she's a professional
50% man.
and, yeah.
She's like 43% man, I would say. Like,
I mean, I'm
she has
positive
she
would
has
beat
an
the hell out of me at
advantage
tennis.
against other women for how manly she is, and she could not beat a man who was girly. So that is what I'm trying to get at is if a beastly woman can't even beat like a bitch man, it's not fair.
Well, he's still a professional tennis player, but yeah.
Yeah, but he's a bitch compared to the other men, is what I'm saying.
Right. He's a low rung male
The issue.
athlete
that we need.
compared
So
to
again,
the other
why
male
not
athletes.
go along
Yes.
with what is federal law and ensure that we're ensuring that women have equal opportunities in sport.
Assemblymember James Gallagher is the
And how is that just not beyond disrespectful to girls? Like, in the first place, like, you pretty much took away their chance to even be competitive, and now they got to worry about injury that they didn't have to worry about before. And the big dude who thinks he can just pretend to be a woman, he ain't got to worry about anything except grabbing some titties by mistake. Mistake.
Yep.
Like,
Oopsie.
oops, I keep falling down. My shoes is too big. I don't understand. I'm a girl. Oh my God. What? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
the Republican leader in the state assembly. He says the decision to not ban trans athletes is a violation of Title IX and a reckless gamble by California.
I also don't get
They'll
it.
likely end up in court.
This tendency to, rather than try to work with the administration, to file lawsuits, and at the end of the day, a lot of money gets spent, and to what avail?
While Gallagher believes state leaders are making a mistake refusing to comply with the Trump administration and therefore putting millions of dollars at risk, others have applauded the move, saying it's a way to defend the rights of transgender Californians. That includes
It's a way to defend the rights of transgender. What does that even mean? Can I get a breakdown of what we're talking about here? Like, what is the numbers? Are we doing this for 6 people? California is the biggest state. How can we get some numbers here? Like, what is even going on?
Jorge Reyes Salinas of Equality California, who says the Trump administration has specifically targeted trans people.
We know that healthcare is being cut, gender affirming care, transgender healthcare. We know that suicide.
Specifically targeting. We got a scapegoat because, of course, every book needs a scapegoat, and of course, rich people just gotta ruin everything for everybody and blame it on the trans people.
With their money.
We gotta cut their health care because why the fuck not? What are you talking about? And this guy's, the gloves are off. And is this like a money? Is this like the Pokemon money?
We need a scapegoat. Sorry, that was from last week. You don't get the reference.
Everybody needs to get the reference.
ChatGPT in 2022, 1.6 million individuals aged 30 and older identify as trans. In 2025, 0.9%.
Of California or of the world?
This is just, the first one is the Williams Institute and the second one is the Gallup poll. So they're different surveys.
But what are they surveying? Like the U.S. in total or like
US,
California?
In the US. No, in the United States. I said the United States. I could say in California.
Yeah, because that's we need to understand how many people, like what percentage of people are we fighting for right now? And are we doing it in the right way? Because, okay, maybe they deserve something, but what they're getting is not what they should be getting. That's for damn sure. And the other people that are suffering because of it definitely don't deserve to be suffering. It does not make sense that this small percentage shouldn't suffer, so this large percentage now has to suffer. That doesn't make sense.
In California, there are a lot more transgender.
Go figure.
6% identify as transgender as of 2024, according to Census Household Plus, whatever that is.
Well, how much was it whenever they first started doing it?
Skewed. The other one is back in 2015, about 0.35%.
Oh, very interesting. We got 20 times the trans people.
And in such a short period of time, it seems odd.
Yeah. It must be all that yellow dye number 3 that's thankfully banned now.
Oh, good. Good.
Holy crap. I don't even understand. So now we're targeting, and that doesn't even make sense. Of course it's targeting trans people just because of the fact that, yes, it's the trans people that are the problem. Like,
yeah, it wasn't.
It's not targeting them just to It's like, oh, let's find someone to go fuck with. It's like, what are you talking about? Oh, let's go mess with these people that are just minding their own business. No, you're going to beat up some little girl, you stupid bitch. What are you talking about?
What's wrong with these people? I don't understand the people
I'm being targeted. Yeah, you're the one punching a little girl, you dude. Oh my God!
I'm not sure, and I also don't know, like if there's some rule against, like, is this just people who identify, or are these people who've had like surgical alterations?
Oh yeah, this is just. Well, I don't think that should really matter, but no, this is just anyone who identifies.
But except that if you actually go through the surgery commitment, and it's not just I'm a dude who wants to win some medals by competing against other women. And
I guess we could use that as a qualifier of how serious you are. But then you're pushing people towards getting their dicks chopped off just so they can, like, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
If it's that important to you,
well, the problem is people push it on them. People push it on them, and then it becomes like important to them. It's not necessarily because, and then if there's another thing at stake too, well, now I feel like that would make them even more likely to do it, even if it wasn't necessarily what they wanted to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Like, the only way I can be a gold medal winner is if I do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, I'm just not good enough, and I've been struggling my whole life to be. Yeah, I understand.
My whole life, I'm 12. I need to chop my balls off, and like, okay.
Right. And that's not right either. I mean,
let's pause on that.
The pressure wouldn't be there if this situation wasn't a situation.
Exactly. That's the thing.
1990s, everything was pretty decent for most people. There were still problems, mostly crack, but you know,
mostly crack.
Crack and AIDS. They were the two big deals back in the 80s. In particular,
crack and AIDS. Yep, they go together though. It's crazy.
All the public service announcements and all the special after school specials. Special episode of Punky Brewster. It's about just saying no to drugs.
Just say no.
Yep.
Reyes
We had a lot of
has
X
long
specials
denied
like
the
that.
rights of transgender people. He believes the administration's threats to withhold funding are a distraction from the other issues facing Americans every day.
This is political theater that, again, as we talked about earlier, it's a very small percentage. It's a very small number of students who are transgender and want to participate in school sports.
In a post on
Okay, and exactly. Okay, and they can still compete. Like, I don't understand. You want to, like, you got to put the uniform on. If you're a dude, go play soccer. Like, play football, play tennis, play cheerleading if you want to. Go put a skirt on and cheerlead. I don't fucking care, but you're a dude. You're not going to go in the girls' league. No!
Yeah. So that doesn't even matter if you have surgery, you're still built like a dude, you're still built like a woman. Sorry, still built like a man, you're still built like a woman.
And what's it matter? I mean, at the end of the day, like, what's the argument here? Like, okay, what, you can't compete?
Really
you can't compete like a man, even though your body is male, because of what reason?
The reason for the pushback is just purely political, because it's Trump bad, and whatever. California's California. They're like France. They do it their own way. Kind of crazy. Very expensive.
Yeah, exactly. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? Yeah, exactly. You're calling, whistling out the door. It's the street lights came on. Where the fuck are you kids? You're supposed to be home by now.
Right.
Exactly. It's a completely different. I swear to God, this doesn't even make sense to me. Like, like you want to compete with women for what reason? Because you feel like a woman? Well, it doesn't matter. Like, you're competing. The sport is the sport, and like, it doesn't matter if you want to compete. Well, you're competing with the other guys. I don't understand. Like, why does it matter? Like, why does it matter?
I mean,
and how is that precluding you?
Competition in the first place is to basically achieve greatness over the others who are also great. So you're really just diminishing all these other athletes by allowing this to happen.
Big time.
And it's just because
that person doesn't even have to be great, and he's the best. So now the guy not even trying is the best, and the girls, no matter how hard they try, can't win. So it's like, what the fuck? So the whole thing is like just rigged. It doesn't work for anyone. Nobody benefits from that. The trans person doesn't benefit from that because they don't even have to compete at a high level, and they win.
No. They're not achieving anything.
That's not life. Really. You don't get to just compete at a bullshit level because you just, I feel like a girl, so now you don't have these kind of expectations of me, and now I'm going to dominate because I can half-ass my way through something that, this doesn't even, like, how does that benefit anybody?
I really don't.
It makes me so angry.
It's kind of weird and confusing, and I don't know why it's still a thing.
It's an issue of fairness. It's an issue of fairness! Exactly, you idiot!
Sports have never been about being fair. What the heck?
Well, they're trying to say it's, you got to be fair to the trans people and let them play with whoever they feel like. It's like, that's not fair! By your own thing, if you want it to be fair, then they shouldn't be playing! All right, now this... within 5 seconds is already like proves every point in the fucking world, and oh my God,
convinced my parents to let me get gender affirming care when Trump was elected, and I was trying to make an appointment, and then
all right, let me back this up real quick and give some context. So these people are complaining about, because Trump...
Stop making my existence a political issue and just... Okay.
Exactly. So they feel like Trump is somehow like actively making their lives worse as trans people, and they're going to tell us why. So this person starts off... So because they start answering a question that we didn't hear, that's more or less what it is. Like, what are they upset about that Trump did that's making their lives harder now that they're trans people living under a Trump dictatorship? So let's hear what these people have to say about that.
Okay.
Basically just convinced my parents to let me get gender affirming care when Trump was elected, and I...
All right. We're 5 seconds in. Can we tell anything about this person?
They talk really fast.
and have that like breathing thing going on. So this person is clearly, in my opinion, with 5 seconds of interaction, like extremely autistic. Which I think is kind of a hallmark of trans people, is like they have a high probability of just being straight up autistic.
Huh, okay.
What else can we understand? So this person convinced their parents finally to let them get gender affirming care, whatever the frick that means. So within 5 seconds, this person is hyperventilating about, I finally convinced my parents to let me get gender affirming care, and I'm clearly autistic and cannot make decisions for myself. But that's what I picked up on this. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's find out.
I was trying to make an appointment, and then suddenly they cut it off. We just want to be kids.
All right.
Cut it off. Oh, the appointment. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so this person tried to make an appointment, and then suddenly they cut it off, which I'm assuming means they could no longer make the appointment for some reason. But
okay, they canceled the appointment on
yeah, because like affirming care probably isn't allowed anymore or something. I don't know, but they were
well, it's probably
finally
because it's not coming out of taxpayers' money like automatically.
Now the other thing that wasn't immediately obvious to me, because I thought maybe this was like an adult who just looks young or whatever, but it turns out this is actually a child. So let's keep all this in mind. Let's back this up just 1 second. This is
that's a good opinion
child.
to get. See how they see the world. Okay.
Trying to make an appointment, and then suddenly they cut it off. We just want to be kids. I should be worrying about my school and my grades, not having my rights stripped of me.
Do we sense anything that relates back to anything we talked about earlier?
Wait a second. That's what I said. These kids should just be kids and not worried about having the junk cut off. Because that's just not how it should be.
Literally, that person just said, exactly I should just be worried about my grades. That's all they needed to say.
Protesting?
But then they said, then they said a second thing. So this is the whole I say two things that are unrelated, right? They said something that actually was a good statement. Like, I should only be focused on school right now.
But they're not saying it because, it's just, what the heck?
And that's their qualifier for saying the next thing, although it doesn't. They don't go together. They don't go. And in fact, not only are they don't go together, they are in conflict. Sometimes things are just tangential and they just are unrelated. These are related, but in conflict. Being stated as, in fact, reinforcing. All right, so within 15 seconds, we found out, hold on. In 15 seconds, and I imagine this person to the right, that looks like some sort of like bunny ears or something, and they're wearing gloves, although the gloves could be because it's cold, but I'm going to assume this person might be a furry.
It's cold because most people in the background are also wearing like coats.
That's true, and they got like hoodies and stuff on. Okay, so
I assumed that was like an earmuff type of deal, like a warmer type.
Yeah,
situation.
but you can see the ears.
Oh, you're right. Oh, she does have little ears. Like little kitty ears or little wolf ears.
I don't see a muff.
I get it.
I don't see no damn muff. I only see ears.
Yeah, I see the ears.
Anyway, I'm going to assume this one and this one are together, and this one believes itself to be an animal, and this one believes itself to who knows, really.
I identify as a timber.
But I believe also these are both children. So let's keep all of these facts in play here as we move forward.
Right. And by children, we mean
my parents to let me get gender affirming care when Trump was elected, and I was trying to make an appointment, and then suddenly they cut it off. We just want
all of that, like the way this person moves, the way they talk, everything is either like extreme autism or like extreme immaturity of like a mental immaturity that like it's a time, like this person needs more time to bake or something. Like, I don't know, like people cook at different levels, you know what I'm saying?
True.
But this is a child who convinced their parents to let them get affirming care. And when they went to schedule the appointment, they couldn't. Now, all of that stated together, in my head, that is a good outcome. Like, that is like, okay, great. We saved this person from completely fucking their life up even more than they are because they're super autistic and don't know what the hell's going on.
Right. And they really don't need their parents agreeing with their life.
And they just bitched to their parents a whole bunch, and they're like, shut up, just do what you want, because they're tired of it.
I don't know, listen to this.
They're like, we messed this one up completely. This one, I hope they have others, because this one's a pure dud, and they're just like, all right, let it do what it wants, maybe it'll like, I don't, maybe it'll wander off into a field somewhere, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I'm just like, this is crazy. Like, oh, I convinced my parents to let me like live my life with this other completely batshit crazy child that thinks it's an animal, and we're gonna go live in a hole together somewhere. And like, I don't even understand like any of this. It's just, I don't get it.
Want to be kids. I should be worrying about my school and my grades, not having my rights stripped of me.
Not having my rights stripped of
stripping
me?
them of rights?
What are you talking about?
What rights are you being stripped of?
Their trans appointment or whatever, I guess.
That's a right?
Yeah, I know.
I don't think so.
Get it. I don't get it. Trying to make an outie from an innie or vice versa is never an okay thing. That is true. You end up wishing you didn't. Yeah. And then you can't go back. Or you can, but it looks really weird.
It's going to be all messed up, man. Let's just say that.
Personally, I think that every trans person, gay person, black person, any minority in this country.
Did we hear how that just happened?
How do we... Oh, I guess we're talking to someone else, so he's not talking.
We said gay, then we said trans, and then the next most logical thing that we would say, of course, black people. What the fuck? Dylan, what's up, buddy? We're at it again. That is true. And then any minority. All right, well... Interesting. Whoa. So,
well, everyone belongs to some kind of.
And sometimes you're a minority when, and other times you're in the majority. Like, it depends where you're at. Like, I've been at places where I'm a minority. It just happens sometimes. Graduate school, I was a minority, believe it or not. It was mostly foreign people. I don't know, man.
Should be able to arm themselves because the only people who have guns.
Yeah, exactly. Brother's saying, don't put us with y'all. And then this guy's saying they should be able to arm themselves because...
Shouldn't be the ones who want to kill us.
I think more... The only people who own guns are the ones that want to kill them. First off, anybody can have a gun, even though you probably shouldn't, because there is a mental test requirement. Like, you have to have a certain level of, like, mental ability, which I think most
I would hope
people...
you'd be able to read at a normal, basic level, at least.
And, exactly, that eliminates 40% of ninth graders.
Right. That's 40% gone.
But I think that eliminates... Most honestly trans people just get immediately disqualified. Be like, how many genders are there? All right, if you answer more than 2, you have follow-up.
Right.
Like, we have to go further with this one. It's only fair because a large percentage of the people that say more than 2 are mentally retarded.
Mm-hmm. Oh, these people
so
are
it's
together.
like a flag. It's not necessarily like all... It's not the end-all, beat-all. It's not like, okay, you're immediately disqualified. However, if you say 2, that line of questioning ends. It's like choose your own adventure. Okay, you pass. If you say anything else, you go down another path that may lead to you passing, unlikely, but it's there. It likely will lead to you probably shouldn't have a gun. Not because everybody else wants to kill you like your crazy ass thinks. However, you are likely to kill someone because you, I don't know, don't understand reality correctly.
Yeah. And you're angry.
And you're angry every day.
And looking for a scapegoat.
Oh my God, because of course everyone.
Because you even admitted that, because everyone needs a scapegoat.
And of course only rich people.
That was it.
Willow likes to
right.
read books. Your book channel is about rich people blaming trans people for everything. I know, now I'm canceled. I don't even give a shit. We can be canceled all day long. Come cancel me! Try it! All right. Anyway, that's what we have to hear about this. Hold on, let's see what else. We're only 30 seconds into this. I swear to...
Barely even hit play.
Straight white men need guns. I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
Okay, I'm a kid, so I don't know.
Okay, tell me the immediate effect this has on you. What are the immediate effects of Trump's policies and being a trans person?
So yeah, on his first day in office, he signed an executive order saying that there's no more X's on passports. I personally have had an X on my passport since 2023. So
an X?
Yep, you're not male or female or what. I know, right? Invalid. That's what it should mean.
This looks like a big X on something usually means
it
no.
should.
Like,
that's probably
like
what
no
they
smoking.
did it for. They're like, in the future, we're going to know which ones are bad.
Right. So they were actually like self-labeling in a way. That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. They felt exactly. They will find any reason to be the victim and shoot someone and be like, oh, they were hating me. Oh, really? You killed them. So now what? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. I love the Gay People for Palestine movement. This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
To support people who would literally
I thought it was going to be invalid.
a roof.
Yeah.
And laugh while you fly.
Whee! It's
In
crazy.
fact, they probably took bets on how far you would go and how much splatter you would make.
But you gotta support everyone. Time. You gotta support everyone that people dislike, even if they're actually legitimately.
It's basically because if it's supported by the patriarchy, then that means it's bad, and it should be burned to the ground.
If males, especially white ones,
especially white men, like it, it needs to be destroyed.
If it's not as many white males, but still a lot of males, then it's questionable. But if it's at least a lot of white men.
If it's a lot of white dudes, it's gone. It's out.
That is exactly right. Yeah, and if they don't they often have the gay flag in Palestine together. It doesn't even make sense. But they're a disenfranchised minority, so they fit in with the gays, I guess.
But now I can still keep it for a minute, whatever long. But I know it felt so good having an X on my passport.
Oh my God, so this person just said they get to keep it.
Oh, they should be so happy.
And they were so happy to get it, and now new people are going to be deprived of that happiness.
Oh, they will be deprived of the same joy of having an X on their passport.
Yes. I can't take it.
I mean, honestly, after the process of getting your passport, just getting your passport is pretty darn good. It's like, I spent a lot of time and effort and money to get this thing, and I finally get that now. That no more. At least not for another five years or so. I think that's how long they last.
Yeah, the guy.
That's just a renewal. It's a lot easier than your first passport. So I don't know.
Exactly.
As long as it comes to blue, you should be happy.
Oh my God, I know. None of this is like why is this
It's
so
like
important? But But it's like, oh, okay, and like this is helpful
If you
to
really
you in what
do
way, I
want
don't even know.
although if you really want to fill out paperwork and then be really happy at the end, then go get your global entry card.
Yeah.
Because
global entry is
I
the way
can't
to
believe
go.
I finally got my.
But they should not give global entry to any of these people. But
no,
part of the reason is to be able to identify you. And just because you identify some way or another doesn't mean that's how you actually are identifiable. So if I find your body and I look and you have a wiener, okay, well, I'm going to look for the one that says, okay, there's a male missing. This is not a woman, despite it feeling like a woman when it was alive.
Your feelings. It has everything to do with, like, the general safety of the world and the people.
Exactly.
Like, that's really all it's about. Control, a certain measure of control is not only necessary, but it's darn right desirable.
Yeah, exactly. We need it.
We definitely need it, especially since 9/11. Just saying.
And then like this guy who was like, in jail for doing, certain crimes that men will, commit towards women sometimes. And it's displeasant for them. And, oh, now I'm a woman. And then he goes and does the same thing to the other women. Like, and that's terrible. Like, I don't like, it's not funny from like, no one should ever have to go through that. And, all the women that had to deal with that, like, where's any of the justice for them? And how come that's not a big issue? And why aren't we making a bunch of noise for that shit and just putting it into it and just be done with it forever? And just like, look, it doesn't work. Like, this is exactly why why we don't do this. And,
passport and having my gender identity reflected and the government recognizing me.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we all get the moral of the story there. I had to do a segment. Like, there's always something going on with these people. And I think I will die, honestly, if I keep going because it just hurts too much. But we're going to move on to the maybe more serious things in the news segments. So this one, I don't know how many people are aware of this, but we had like major flooding in Texas and a bunch of people were killed actually, and terribly unfortunate, like a bunch of just a bunch of tragedy. And of course, people got to use any opportunity to try and, politicize every single thing and, spread a bunch of lies and bullshit. So I did want to cover that just for this. One side is trying to say, oh, Trump came in and fired everyone so that nobody knew this was going to happen. And then like all these people died, when in fact there was plenty of warnings and full and overstaffing of the agencies. So let's take a look at what Carolyn Levitt has to say about this.
Of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. Here are the facts. In the lead up to this tragic natural disaster, the National Weather Service did its job. Despite unprecedented rainfall, the National Weather Service executed timely and precise forecasts and warnings. On July 3rd, the National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio, Texas, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning and issued a flood watch in the early afternoon. Flash flood warnings were also issued on the night of July 3rd and in the early.
So this is a thing. Like, I don't know about these areas or like how often this happens or any of that stuff, but I know like I've seen flood warnings before, and honestly, they don't mean much to me, to be honest. I mean, and
I think that's what caught these people, was that they do get floods a lot, and it's sort of like, oh, it's like it's another flood, but it wasn't just another flood.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing too. It's like how, like,
So
what's the distinguishing factor? Like how do you
it was a matter of
communicate like
degree.
you need to leave right now? Like, no joke versus like, it might get wet, but if you're like into that, it's not like the
You're
end of the world.
inside, and it's all right. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's got to be a way to distinguish that, because honestly, even the other day there was a tornado warning here, and I was just like, okay, whatever. And the siren went off, and I'm like, you know, what was like tornado? Like tornadoes don't happen around here. And then apparently there was a tornado, and apparently if you don't respond right away, it's too late. And like, I didn't realize. I just sat there, and they're like, dude, you gotta like, if it came through. You don't have time to do anything. Like you should have already been. I was like, oh my, like I don't know. Like I just kind of ignored it. I like what? But I think that's what a lot of people do. It's like, how do you know what's like a problem and like what's like?
Honestly, you're supposed to learn about this stuff in school, in like grade schools. But I think part of the problem is that people move around so darn much. So like if you learn about then you move to a place where there's no tornadoes, but they have earthquakes, and you don't know what to do in an earthquake. Kid.
I mean, even here, like we learned about tornadoes, but it's like, okay, but no one was like, okay, like no, like this is like, no, maybe there's strong winds and something will happen, and this is like, no, like houses are being sucked up, and if you're not somewhere, like you will die. Like there's a difference.
Well, there's a certain amount of, you know, you got to kind of do your own investigating. If there's a tornado siren outside, turn on the news.
That's true. I probably should have like investigated more.
Is this a warning or is this a watch? Like, because there's a difference between the two. A warning is like it could happen, and
yeah, but I wish they were just more like obvious about it. Like the news should come on and be like, ding, 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 ding. Like, if you are in this area, you need to leave right the hell now. I repeat, get the hell out now. You know what I'm saying?
That is part of the problem. They need like an Amber Alert, but for natural disasters, is what you're saying.
But I think they do have that. You can get an alert on your phone for weather shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I did get one of those, but it was like, I don't know. Like, anyway, well, luckily I did not get sucked up in a tornado. Lucky for me, at least.
Yeah, lucky for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Some areas you got to know, like, when to run and when to hunker down for real, and when it's like, okay, it's going to be windy, you know, you might want to tie down your trampoline or something. I don't know. You know, it's like, I don't know. I don't live in that kind of area, so I don't know. But apparently, they issued a lot of warnings, and we can hear what she's saying right now.
Early morning of July 4th, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before flash flooding conditions occurred. And the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas, had extra staff on duty during the storms, despite.
So they had more than 3 hours of warning before it got to the point of like, okay, now it's a problem, right? And I imagine, you know, and that's the thing. If someone in that vicinity researched and was like, oh no, this is a problem, wouldn't like they communicate it verbally or somehow to other people in the area, be like, yo, you might actually want to take this one serious because I was looking into it and it looks like the whole thing's about to get blown up. Like, I don't know. I feel like
too fast.
But even 3 hours is like really so much time. Like, I don't know if something happens. I feel like you would tell everyone, like if you looked into something and it was like bad, you would like maybe go out of your way a little bit if you saw someone nearby and be like, yo, I was looking at this and it seems like this could be a problem. You might want to check into it or you might want to leave or something. Like, I don't know. I feel like, and especially if you're in an area prone to it. Now, I don't know if this area is prone to it, but I'm just saying overall, I just feel like people would communicate to each other. Like, and if you're like going somewhere and you see someone, like if you stopped for gas somewhere and like people are just chilling, I'd be like, did you know the whole town's about to be flooded in about an hour? Like, you know, say something. I don't know. Like, I'd be like, are you worried about this at all? Like, I don't know. Something. Yeah, nobody listened. I just like to that level of like that many people just were. Did they not know, or were people telling them and they just were like, it's not going to be that big a deal? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Claims of the contrary. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed. At this time, the administration's focus will be giving the victims and their communities the support they deserve during these recovery efforts in this tragic time. May God bless the great people of Texas, especially the parents who have lost their children. President Trump loves you. We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you later this week.
Hey,
Yeah, I think there were a lot of kids died.
Yeah.
And just the whole thing, like, not good.
There's I heard there was a camp that got washed away.
Yeah.
That's pretty horrible.
Yeah. Oh my God. Talk about like just like textbook horrible opener, tragic, like over the top, dramatically tragic scene that you could possibly think of is like, okay, a camp full of little girls gets eaten by a fucking flash flood. Like, what? That is crazy. Oh my God. And how terrible. Like, and then people like trying to like jump in and, you know, save their people they know, and just like, holy moly. And like one lady, I guess, was holding on to a bunch of girls and like couldn't hold on to two of them or something. And, you know, she's like, it's gonna haunt her forever. Like, you know, those two that she couldn't. Like, holy crap, like nightmarish, next level, just bullshit. And then, of course, instead of like focusing on, you know, what did we do, right? We sent immediate aid. You know, everything was like, we are all in on anything that needs to happen. We are there. We are doing whatever we can. And what do they want to focus on? Oh, this happened because they were understaffed and nobody knew it was coming. It's like, how are you going to literally take every single thing? And even when the agency itself says it had more, it was overstaffed because there was this emergency. Like, the agency itself is saying they had more than enough people, and the timeline shows how they issued the warnings with time. Like, these are facts. Like, it's the whole disconnection of just nothing has to be cohesive in any universe. No. It's like, oh, there weren't enough people. They said there were too many people even. What are you talking about? And he didn't make a flood. He wasn't like, hey, let's flood this place and see what happens.
I'm sure they have some sort of super weapon that used it on Texas for some reason.
It's insanity. Just as a mental fucking hoops. Like, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because they don't. Like, we're grounded in things have to go together, and they're just grounded in here's a bucket of things.
Yeah, my 5 sentences in the paragraph actually have to relate in some way.
No, they just pick things out. They're like, oh, here's something and here's something else.
Right. These two sentences, they don't make any sense when they're placed together. And they're not supported by any of the other sentences. What's going on?
So anyway, that one was more about, like, again, just twisting the craziest stories. And then I don't even want to go down this other rabbit hole, but apparently some, like, black lady was going on talking about, like, that camp that got washed away was like, oh, I don't know why you all care so much. It was a bunch of white only people. It was this. It was only the whites that got washed away, this and that. It's like, holy crap. Like,
wow, that's
how
a racist
are we?
Person.
I know, like, how are we, like, just, and that's like your moral high ground is like, oh, it was just white people that got washed away, that it's just this exclusionary white camp and they deserved it. Like, are you fucking out of your mind? Bunch of little girls, like, what do they, even if it's true, what do they deserve? It's crazy.
And shot and killed when he opened fire on federal agents in Texas is speaking out. The man's brother talked to Wood's Ken Colker about his brother's struggles with mental health issues.
Oh my God. So how are these things so, like,
how does
calorie
he have a weapon
dense?
if he has mental health issues?
Everything about this. A Michigan man killed in Texas after shooting at federal agents.
Yeah, that's not going to generally end well when you shoot at federal agents.
Yeah, and then he has a mental illness. Okay.
Oh, so we need to feel sorry for him because he was a victim. Gotcha.
Anything like that, like groups would hate America or hate ICE or anything.
Police in McAllen, Texas, near where Ryan Mosqueda recently was living with his father, say he fired dozens of rounds from an assault rifle at federal agents and
assault rifle. Oh my God. He's,
How did he get his
he's
hands
not-
on an assault rifle?
Oh, and he's not part of any groups that are like anti-America. Like,
No, he's just some dude who went out and bought an assault rifle apparently and decided to shoot at federal agents. And
yeah, that's just,
I guess.
And at a U.S.
Probably because he was
Border Patrol
angry.
facility on Monday, injuring a police officer before authorities shot and killed him. His brother Joe Mosqueda, who spoke on the condition we not show his face, says he never heard him talk about immigration or ICE. So there were no warnings like, I'm going to go shoot this place.
yeah, I don't know. So apparently, he just randomly just came over here and started shooting at them with an assault rifle.
Out of the blue.
His brother had no known criminal record. Why was he targeting ICE, you think?
I don't know if he was intentionally. I really believe it was mental health issues. I mean, I don't know if he was just so involved in the news and he saw everything he believed online.
He says his brother, who was...
Oh my God, exactly. What the hell? And this is going to lead into the next series of crap. But anyway, like all of this bullshit against ICE and like, why? Why are we more protective of people illegally in the country and especially violent criminals? Why is that more important than the citizens that just want to be safe? I don't get it.
Our federal agents are just citizens too, just doing their jobs. I mean, I'm not saying they all are doing their jobs perfectly or anything like that, but they're there to they're there for a purpose.
Yeah.
The purpose is legal and mandated by the federal government.
And it's frankly to keep us safe at the end of the day. Like, it's not less arbitrary, and they're going after... It's like if you're going after violent criminals and then other people get tied up, like happen to be tangentially there, well, yeah, you could ignore them, or you're there anyway and they are illegally here, get them the fuck out. Like, it's the extra effort of just picking up the collateral is just, it's like low-hanging fruit. Just do it.
Yeah, just grab it.
I don't get it. I really don't. But anyway, let's see if we have
Single
any
last
more
worked at a
insight.
factory, started suffering undiagnosed mental health problems about a year ago, but refused to get help.
He cut everyone out. Like, he cut his friends out. He started shunning his family, I guess. He stopped working. He didn't do anything besides just absorb himself in the media.
Hours before the attack, Mosqueda's father told police that he was looking for his son, who he said had psychological issues and was carrying weapons in his car.
My brother left the house after my dad and him had a little argument.
Joe Mosqueda says he was texting his brother at the same time, but no response. Police say
What was the argument? Okay, they had an argument. What was the argument? That's not relevant, or what? I don't get it. I don't get it. And also to clarify, like Bobby's saying, like assault rifle, is it actually an assault rifle or something that looks like an assault rifle? Is it an AR, like, which does not mean assault rifle? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like,
well, we can probably agree he had a rifle of some kind. It was probably at least a semi-automatic rifle.
yeah,
Or else he would have got it off as
It's
many
like
shots
it's
as he
probably
did
an
before
AR
they took
style
him out.
gun, but not an actual assault rifle.
There are differences, and most of the news doesn't really care about the differences.
Yeah, exactly. And it just is like, oh, what? It's like speech nuance when really it's not. It's very not nuanced.
It sounds like this guy had mental problems, but wasn't diagnosed because he refused to do anything about it, which just kind of falls on his family to have possibly done something. But
yeah, so
more on a moral side, not a legal side of things.
But this, like, what would entice him, right? It's not like he just randomly one day decided, like, oh, ICE is bad. Like, this is what's in the news constantly.
He's watching all the news of all these people who are all
that just hate for no reason, and it's
and
like
without really
so
understanding why
maddening.
they hate so much or what they hating about.
So anyway, this is kind of leads into the next thing, and it's just so frustrating. You got ICE agents executing on warrants. So this is like, okay, we've already gone through the process of like, here's the evidence. Judge looked at it, decided, yep, there's something going on here. Go take care of it. This is all like, this isn't like, oh, we just happened to pull up one day to this place and look for people. Like, no. They went through the process. They identified who they needed to go after. They got it signed off, and they're going frankly, into a dangerous situation to deal with a problem. And now you got these fucking idiots, and they call them protesters, but really, I mean, no, this isn't protesting. This is criminal. This is criminal activity. You can't just say, "Hey, this is a criminal." Let's he's
interfering with a federal investigation and/or activity. Then
executing a fucking warrant. Like this isn't even. This is like we're past all. We're like this is signed off by a. This isn't. They just decided randomly to come here. Yeah, exactly. And if it's a mental breakdown, the news just fuels it. They're like, oh, here's what's bad. Here's why we're having problems because of ICE. If only ICE wasn't doing this, then our country would be great. Right. Okay, well, let me go take care of ICE. Okay. No, like this is just everything about this is wrong. And I've actually been here to this city on a farm, and it is all illegal migrant work. All of it. Anyway, let's see what they have to say about this.
Fox News alert: the FBI is ordering a $50,000 reward for information on a masked protester who appeared to fire a gun at federal.
This guy, $50,000 reward. Anyone sees this, you got info, 50 G's for this idiot.
You got your rent paid for a few months. That's for sure.
50 G's. That's a nice little chunk of change for anyone here that wants to turn in someone shooting a gun at a federal agent. What's the justification? Explain why this person's justified in this.
I don't think they are.
Yeah, I would love to hear it. I would love to hear why this person needs to be doing this. Like I don't know. Like I just can't even put it all. I can't put any of this together.
Agents during a major California immigration raid.
This is who we're sticking up for.
With the very latest. Good morning, Doug.
Hey, good morning, guys. Another rough day for federal immigration agents in California after facing off with violent protesters. Yesterday, dozens of people were taken into custody during immigration sweeps at 2 farming sites, including a
That's messed up.
Tear gas.
If I opened fire on a bunch of federal agents, I wouldn't expect to walk away from it. At least not.
Yeah, I'd expect to be dead.
Happy. I'd expect to be dead or in handcuffs.
Oh,
I'd
no,
hope to be in
expect
handcuffs,
to be dead.
but I wouldn't do that shit in the first place. But
yeah, no way. That's you either
unless
somehow kill all these people or you're getting killed. There's like no way. Yeah. And so these agents are raiding 2 cannabis facilities, effectively.
I was wondering what kind of farms they were. I had a feeling.
So these are both cannabis farms.
For a suspect who appeared to fire a gun.
I was thinking, I bet it's not mangoes.
The Central District of California, who posted on X, the FBI has a $50,000 award for information leading to the conviction of an unknown subject who appeared to fire.
All right, and that's a little bit better photo of him, but 50 G's, whoever this fucking retard is.
He looks like an immigrant.
Yeah, he looks like a baby, and he shouldn't.
He's wearing a mask.
It's just crazy. Oh, yeah, and then they want the ICE agents to not be wearing masks, by the way. So, I don't know. They support this guy for wearing a mask because clearly he needs to be scared of ICE.
And I think the ICE agents need to... I would definitely support ICE agents wearing masks at this point to protect them and their families.
Unaccompanied minors, all here illegally, were found. There is...
It's like what the Mexicans have to do.
I don't know if you heard this part, but there were 8 unaccompanied migrant children found on the cannabis farm during this raid. What does this mean? This means there are 8 children whose parents nor guardian of any sort were present.
Interesting.
And I think, in fact, like, they don't have one, period, here. Working on the farm.
So they were like homeless kids on the farm?
Like they were sent from, exactly. They were sent from the other side, possibly with the expectation of meeting someone on this side, but instead were rerouted
to a cannabis farm in California. I bet.
And this is what we're standing up
California.
for. This is what we're revolting against ICE for.
Huh.
I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page with this. Does everyone understand?
Huh.
And because the argument becomes, oh, well, if we get rid of these people, then like salad price will go through the roof or something. And frankly,
Doesn't sound
what?
very Democratic Party.
Yeah. So what? You want to have slave labor from children to keep your salad cheap? And in this case, cannabis, let me tell you, the cannabis, anyways, the only reason... So cannabis is crazy cheap because everybody grows a whole bunch of it, especially in California. But in order to compete even more, right, because the price is so low to the consumer, they have to use illegal labor.
Yeah, so they don't have to pay their people.
And that's what drives the price down even further. And frankly, the price could be higher and people would still be fine with it. So you could have, they need to lower the tax. See, that's the problem. If they made the cost of the product higher, lowered the taxes, then they wouldn't have to, well, they probably would still try to hire illegal people just to make more money. But the point is, get rid of the illegals, and now you have to hire normal people.
Encouraged to.
And it's built into the price at the consumer, and the consumer can still pay it. And that's how you fix the problem.
I mean, they will. I'm sure.
Well, St. Paul, Minnesota just did the largest drug bust in history. 2 illegal immigrants found with 900 pounds of meth. I did not see that in my searching.
That sounds like a lot of meth.
That is crazy. That is a lot of meth. Holy moly. I don't know how much meth people use, like what quantity is like a reasonable amount.
I don't really know what it is.
But it sounds like a lot. They probably thought they were safe from it because of all the raids hitting other farms, not cannabis. Well, and even that doesn't really make sense. You know, it's like you're already doing something borderline illegal, and on top of that, you're using illegal labor. Like you would think you're more likely to be the one targeted, but I don't know. And I don't know. Maybe this, like I said, I think it will help the industry overall. They need to lower the taxes, up the actual cost to the consumer, like the real price, so it just evens out. They end up paying the same, but then the grower can actually afford to pay people here, although the work is obviously bullshit work, and it's stuff they probably, I don't know if someone here would really want to do, but you have options. And I mean, if not that, then they need to figure out automation, and if not that, then the consumer needs to actually pay for like a premium product. If it's like something that nobody's willing to offer or whatever, then that's what it is. But that's what the free market is for. That's literally the definition of it. If nobody wants to produce it and everybody wants it, then the price is high. And then maybe people will start wanting to do it because it's worth doing it again. Like, I don't know. It's literally how the world goes round. What is someone willing to pay for it? You know? Jeez. This is not nothing new.
Yeah. It was like that before money. I mean, how many chickens for that cow?
Yeah, that's just it.
Yeah,
like, how much you want for the like? Are you
weight.
willing to like do the work to get the product? Like, it's what it is. Anyway,
for possible child labor violations, they say. All of this as we await a decision from a federal judge in California who seems inclined.
And then,
pardon me,
this California judge apparently wants to, again, stop ICE from being able to do anything in California. And they put out a statement to the news saying that tomorrow they're going to put out an official ruling, but they're probably going to rule in a certain direction. And that doesn't even make sense because, like, why would a judge, like, make an announcement the day before of how they're probably going to rule the next day, if not to give someone a heads up of what's coming down the pipeline?
I think that's the only reason to say that.
Yeah, that's my brain is just like short circuiting. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Now to severely limit immigration enforcement efforts by the Trump administration. This Biden appointee indicating that she may issue a temporary restraining order today, essentially siding with litigants who argue that ICE agents are violating constitutional rights. So far, she says she has only reached a tentative decision, writing,
they're arguing that ICE is violating constitutional rights. I don't get it.
Truly a tentative. It is not final. My intention coming into this hearing, given the urgency and the weight of the matters at issue, is to issue my ruling tomorrow. But she has also said that she does not want to burden what she calls lawful law enforcement activities. And again, that decision should come down later today. Back to you guys.
And then I don't even know what that statement means. She doesn't want to burden lawful, whatever. Hold on, let's go over to Tom Holman.
She said she thinks about it every day.
I mean, it's just disgusting. And again, you're going to want to tune in for Tom Homan at 6:30 a.m. here.
The Fox News alert. Chaos in California. Federal agents deploying tear gas while protesters hurl rocks during an ICE raid at a marijuana farm allegedly staffed by illegal immigrants. The scene escalating when a protester seen here appears to fire a gun at the feds. The FBI now offering a $50,000 reward for info on the suspect. All of this comes as we await a ruling by a Biden-appointed federal judge who's expected to curb all federal immigration operations in Southern California.
So what the hell is this? We got a line here. Here's the ICE people. Here's the people they're going at. I don't even know if these are the people they're going after or just other people that showed up to cause problems. And this guy's got a megaphone like 2 feet away from them. Like just
show up to cause problems.
Exactly. And he's just like megaphoning them. This is like provocation. He's hoping they get agitated. Like this is what we call an agitator.
Yes, absolutely. They're trying to get someone to make a mistake.
Camarillo, California yesterday.
Yeah.
Was just mortified. What happened there, and what is your reaction?
My reaction.
Look how tired this guy always looks. He is always dealing with terrible shit all day long and getting people always shit on him, even though he's doing the best job that he possibly can. It's just, he's so tired all the time, and he's just like, I am just, and he knows, like, inside, and that's why, bless this guy, I swear to God, this is a true man. This is a true man. And he knows what he's doing, and he knows, like, as a man, he knows what he is doing is right, and he doesn't, like, clearly it weighs on him still, but it doesn't deter him from continuing to go down the path despite it literally destroying him physically. Like, I mean, he always kind of looked rough, but I mean, we're not even a year in yet, and he's already looks like he's been run over 600 times by the bus. I feel so bad for this dude. And he just sees the craziest things all day, every day, and people just can't give him a fucking inch. I swear to God, it makes me crazy. But hallelujah for all the people that don't give you praise. At least I will 100% support this guy all day.
The same as been from day one. You know, people are welcome to protest. They have their First Amendment rights, but they can't cross that line. They can't impede us from doing our job. That's a felony. They certainly can't put hands on an agent. That's a felony. So what happened in California is just another example of protesters becoming criminals. And they've been emboldened by even members of Congress who compare ICE to Nazis and racists and terrorists. I mean, the rhetoric is so high. And I said 2 months ago, it's going to end up with a loss of life. And we had one the other day in Texas. And it's not over. I mean, the rhetoric has to end. ICE agents are simply enforcing.
So there's the thing. So then he's referencing what we just watched, right? Like all this rhetoric and all this crap. And ended up this guy got killed in Texas. And he's been saying, like, he's got to calm down. Like, and he even will, the first thing he says, you want to protest? Protest. Your First Amendment right.
Yeah.
It's just there's
no one's
a line.
trying to stop them from protesting, but they're not protesting when they get violent.
Yeah. This is no longer a protest. Like if you watch this guy right down here.
Closer to rioting is really what it is.
Pay attention to this guy right here on the bottom right.
Law that members of Congress enacted. That they wrote, they created, and was signed by the president. If people want to complain about
so he just threw a giant rock right at the front window, and now he's over here on the side, and he just threw another rock, and both of these windows just exploded.
Dang.
Like that's how, like these are serious. This isn't like, oh, you know, oh, he threw a rock, like whoopee. It's like, no. What he's throwing is strong enough to explode. Go to your car and punch the window and see what happens. It won't do this. Like you gotta, well, or you gotta have like a point or something, but like you gotta hit a window freaking hard.
Really
this
hard,
thing just
I agree.
Exploded it. So imagine
even
that was
with
your
a
head.
Point,
you know,
even
like,
if it was pointed, it would just shatter. It wouldn't break like that.
Some glasses shatter glass and it will break like that, but
oh really? Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's so it doesn't cut you. It's meant to. If it breaks, it's like it's supposed to completely break.
Right.
But anyway, so they're throwing things that are hard enough and strong enough to like do this kind of damage is what I'm saying. And And okay, so how do you justify that as a protest? Like, this is not a protest.
No.
And as shitty as it is, and this is something that I actually don't like and struggle with myself, but the process is the process. Unfortunately, if you don't agree with this, they still have to carry out what they're doing there, and the process comes later. Like, if what they did today is actually illegal or whatever, there's a process to follow to like undo whatever they did. And like, you know, as shitty as all of it might be, and there might even be like some unfair rigging and all this stuff, I'm not saying it's ideal, but there is a process, and this isn't it for sure.
Right. No.
What's crazier, it was in my neighborhood then yesterday, someone shot himself in our local grocery store. That is not cool.
You just said you had a loss of life in Texas?
Since,
right. The individual that assaulted had lost life. Okay, I was just
So he thought he was talking about
making
an
news there that an agent had lost his life, and that is, of course, a fear. But you talk about those politicians and the rhetoric that clearly seems to be fueling much of this. But you've also got some distortion of the facts. This was a post that California Governor Gavin Newsom put up yesterday. Kids running from tear gas, crying on the phone because their mother was just taken from the fields. Trump calls me new scum, but he's the real scum.
All right. Does anyone have any thoughts about this before we move on? Kids running from tear gas, crying on the phone because their mother was just taken from the fields. Kids running from tear gas because their mother was just taken from the fields. Interesting. Kids running from tear gas because their mother. So why are kids at a cannabis farm, and why is their mother there illegally working at a cannabis farm with the kids? And why were there a bunch of kids that didn't even have parents there?
Yeah.
And Trump is the real scum. Trump is the real scum because, let me try and put this together. Because
kids are running from tear gas?
Oh, shit. You're right. Okay, so wait. Trump is scum because the kids are running from tear gas because their mother was just taken from the fields. Okay. Interesting.
I don't understand. They don't seem connected.
This all is very strange. So why is the mother illegally working on a cannabis farm with children?
Kids really shouldn't be on a cannabis farm.
Yeah, okay. I'm like,
I think there's rules against that, in fact.
Yeah, indeed. And literally everyone on the farm has to like sign in, and there has to be an audit log of everyone who comes in and out, all these things. And okay, you have children and working.
If anything, this was a major public health hazard.
Kids pick their noses all the time,
kids
man.
Pick their nose, they fart, they don't,
they don't cover their mouth, they drool. Have you seen kids? It's like a snot drool.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously there's like the regulations far, therefore there's some public health concern because the product that they're producing and selling presumably is not meeting standards for public health.
Yeah, this is just crazy stuff, man. And then to like, I mean, you're a public official making a statement. I mean, this statement by itself, like, how do you not look at this and be like, I don't know. Maybe, again, I think it comes back to what we talked about earlier. There is no connectivity. It's just literally statements that don't go together, that don't make any sense. They don't even have to be true. They just put things, there's this and then there's this. And it like, I get to call the guy I don't like a bad name, and I get to like victimize people that really aren't victims, but it's kind of confusing a little bit, so everyone will support me.
How is this guy actually still a governor?
Because he's the governor of all the retards. He's like the retard king.
He's the king of the tar. Okay.
We later find out there were 10 juveniles in operation that were 8 of which were unaccompanied minors. What do you say?
10 juveniles, so 2 had parents and 8 did not.
That's a lot of kids.
Why are there 10 kids working at a cannabis farm? There's no way.
I see this.
And it's not like this is the one day they brought their kid, like, oh, whoops.
Yeah,
I couldn't find a sitter today.
I'm sure.
My help called out today. I had no like daycare or whatever. Like,
right,
Jesus,
yeah,
God,
my
man. You know they're there
babysitter
every day
called in
cutting
sick.
up weed and like stacking stacks or whatever. Like, geez, fertilizing shit.
And I said from day one, when President Trump became president, that they're going to vilify the men and women of ICE. They'll vilify the men and women of Border Patrol. They did it during the last administration, except this time, the rhetoric's at an all-time high. Every day I get up and I read the media posts at the White House, and 90% of the stories are just fake.
We should just
and people say, well, the polls
camouflage
against Donald Trump a little bit.
Camouflage?
We should just camouflage ICE. Like if we made it so the I looked more like an A, so we could call him Ace, and we give him like rainbow patches and like maybe like cat ears and some angel wings.
Whoa, you want to send them in the enemy's uniform.
Like,
interesting.
Yeah, then they'll be like, hey, buddies.
Is that legal? Like, is that like a Geneva Convention thing? Do we have like, is there like international warfare laws against that?
Well, it's not warfare. It's a policing action. It's internal.
I'm sure we're going to play some word games this time.
Some workarounds.
Yeah, take it from the fields. Exactly. I don't understand any of this. And then Newsom trying to save face from the LA fire. Yeah, he's just looking for anything he can point at and be like, Trump bad, me good.
Yeah.
And, play on the whole scum thing. And, he gets free like searches off of New Scum. It like shows his feed now too.
Hashtag New Scum. There you go.
Maybe they had to have small hands to collect. They had to pluck out the seeds, so they needed little fingers.
The little hands.
Well, they better
Those
not be
little
growing
buds.
seedy weed to begin with. They should throw that shit in the trash.
Yeah, no kidding.
Politics have the right. Police have the right to lie to get what they need. So yeah, I mean they could do that. That's true. Police often do lie.
Yeah.
Never trust the police. It's so terrible. Just don't do anything that would make them arrest you and you don't have to worry about it.
That's how I live my life. As far as they know.
Yeah, exactly. Minimal contact. I don't want to be involved. I ain't doing shit. Leave me alone. All right. Let's move on. Let's see what else we got.
First of all, I don't believe it. And if the polls turn it off, because all the fake news out there, they're lying about what the President Trump is doing. They're lying about what the men and women of ICE are doing, and that kind of turns the tide against us a little bit. But that's why members of the administration are out there every day setting the facts straight. The fact is, I read the paper the other day. The majority of people who arrested are not criminals. Wrong. Look at the data. Go to look at the data. But we got some media saying, well, it's just a misdemeanor. It's not really criminal. Oh, they're not convicted. They're just charged. Oh, they're not criminals. No, we're prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats, and that's a fact.
But tell me,
Yeah, all these people.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a misdemeanor. He was illegal, but it's just a misdemeanor. He says this is not that big a deal. It's just he's just here illegal. He is just a misdemeanor. Oh, okay.
That's still a crime.
Frankly,
if I was to travel from like, say, I don't know, Germany, and I break their law, I would hope the worst thing that would happen to me is that I would get deported.
yeah.
Like that's like the best outcome is what I'm trying to say.
Send me home. Exactly. I just send me away. I'm good.
I don't know what that's like. It's probably better than being in jail here, but my understanding is that
what jail?
Jails are not horrible unless you're like maximum security, but I don't want to be put in prison in some other country, much less any country, but I just don't like to go into Germany and then commit a crime and then, I expect them not only that will they not me, but somehow allow me to stay and do it again. Like, no, I don't think they'd put up with that. Why should we? I don't know why. Doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Nowhere else in the world. I don't get it.
No.
Apparently,
So
we
why do
have
they
to
think
just
here
be-
we would do this? Like,
because we're different and accepting of everyone and all this shit, even though they come over and do these terrible things and whatever. I don't know, man. It's exactly. It can't make. They don't. It
not
doesn't
only
make
doesn't
sense.
make sense, but it's completely contrary to think
Exactly.
think
They don't
they're trying
understand
to do.
two sentences have to be cohesive.
It's just I don't think they understand anything. It's just,
Exactly. They don't. That's why they're zombocrats and they eat brains all day.
Zombocrats. Yeah, they do. They eat the brains off their TikToks.
They eat their own brains right to zero. It's crazy.
Strikes me unbelievable that the Democrats are not.
Sabrina says Trump has small
There were 10 juveniles that were illegally brought across the border. You and I covered this under the Biden administration. I was down in Texas. We encountered 8, 10-year-old, 12-year-olds coming across with just a name and an address and a phone number on their necks.
And 8, 10, and 12-year-old children coming across with a name and an address on their neck? That is just crazy to me. They just push them through like, all right. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. Like, what? What if that washed up? You smudge it, all of a sudden you don't know where that kid goes anymore? This is crazy. It's crazy. And I don't know what he says around their neck, if he means like a tag, like a lanyard around their neck, or if he means literally like etched into their neck. Like,
I'm guessing
what?
it. Now that you say it, I'm guessing it's like a lanyard or something.
I thought it was in the neck at first, but then when I saw his hand motion, it was like, well, maybe he means like they're wearing something around their neck. But
right.
Yeah, I don't know. It just sounded weird when he said it. Like,
sounded
there's
like
just
when he
on
said
their
it, I was like,
neck.
what,
Like,
tattooed?
what?
So you use a Sharpie on there?
Sending them across, and yet now we know that 10 of them, 8 of which were unaccompanied minors working illegally in a marijuana farm, and your agents go in and rescue them essentially, and yet there is violent resistance to that. Does that upset you?
It certainly upsets me, and like I said, you know, the work men and women of ICE are doing is incredible. Look, we're looking for over 300,000 missing children. We've already found 10,000. Have you heard that anywhere? No, the media is simply not covering it. And look, this should be a nonpartisan issue. Arresting public safety threats and national security threats, everybody be on the same page on that. Rescuing children, I mean, it should be a nonpartisan issue. Everybody should be in lockstep on that, but they're not. The media's lying. The Democrats they don't want President Trump to be successful. I got news for them. We are being successful. Every illegal alien public safety threat we arrest makes this country safer. Every national security.
And that's what I'm saying. This guy is like so convicted. I feel like he is like the ultimate best pick for this
kind of
like,
expect
position.
him to just sort of suddenly go off on these like just getting all angry and like start pounding his fist, but he doesn't. He's still very composed.
Yeah, exactly. He's just
I feel like he's
I-
going to do it any minute, but he doesn't.
I think he just knows like it is what it is. Like he's so like destroyed. I can see it like just is destroying him. But he's like, I don't.
You're
give a
right.
fuck.
He's like the guy who's like, I have to do this job because I can, and I don't want anyone else.
He's
to have
like
to.
Batman. I feel like he like
Yeah.
knows
Oh,
like he
yeah.
has to do what he has to do, and you know, it sucks, but he's the
A
man to
real
do it,
Batman.
and.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is, but I give him all the respect. He is like, he deserves every ounce of it. Like, this man does every single day, just does it. He's like, I know what I'm doing. All these, and like you said, all these kids, like, everything about this man is coming from the right place. Like, everything. Every single thing about him is just like, he's doing the right thing for the right reason.
Yeah.
And frankly, when you have someone at the top that's like that, like that trickles down. Like people look at who's at the top as like, this is the bar. And honestly, when you have someone that's so like convicted and just willing to just, doesn't matter, I'm doing the right thing and I'm going to keep doing it and do it respectfully. I think that like is an example for every single person that works under him.
Yeah.
Interesting view on winning. What do we got? Peach Pie Lord. Welcome. But anyway, so that's
I like
Tom
peach
Holland.
pie. I bet. I don't think I've ever had it, but I bet I would like it.
Fallout after dramatic clashes between federal agents and protesters.
I don't know. Did they have paintball guns? What the hell was that?
From
those do look like, they're probably like
locations of a cannabis farm in California.
They do look like paintball guns, but they're probably shooting like smoke pellets.
Growing tents.
Tear gas.
NBC Los Angeles reporting that officials were seen using flashbangs, smoke, and chemical irritants to keep the crowd back as the confrontation unfolded. Video showing an unidentified man appearing to fire.
Yeah, unarmed. You think this is unarmed? You think this guy's shooting a gun at these fellows
He really looks
who are
like
using
he's shooting
pepper balls?
Or he's got a really weird way of pointing a finger at people.
Yeah, no, this is 100% a gun, and he shot at them.
No, he's
and
definitely
we just watched another video of the damage that the vehicles were taking. So I really have no sympathy for any of these people.
Fire a weapon. The FBI now offering a reward for information about him.
50 G's. Anyone?
A lot of money. Wish I knew who he was.
A lot of money.
Also facing off against federal agents raiding another location of the company, Glass House Farm.
Oh, Glass House? Really? I was at this exact location.
Good thing you went there that day.
I've been to this exact farm, and I met these people. I know all about this farm. I'm actually an authority on this. And, like, this is true. Like, I had to work with some of the people here, and, like, they stopped working for about 20 minutes to work with me on something, and then all of a sudden, like, other people started yelling at them for not working, and like this and that, and like the timings were going to get messed up and all this stuff, and holy moly. And yeah, so no, I've been here, I've seen it. Yep. And I mean, most of the people there were like just normal people. I'm not gonna lie, but it was a lot of just like older dudes and ladies. I don't recall seeing children there, but
he was denied entry to the site. The Department of Homeland Security saying the agents were executing criminal search warrants. Glass House Farm saying it, quote, fully complied with agent search warrants. It's part of the larger immigration crackdown that President Trump promised through the campaign. California's Governor Gavin Newsom saying the White House's tactics, quote, evoke chaos, fear, and terror within our communities.
Frankly, and that should be a good thing. Don't do this dumb shit. Then it won't happen. Like, if you think this is terrifying,
if this is bad,
don't
do the things that led to it. Just stop.
I don't know. This is like normal human behavior, one-on-one bullshit. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't think this would have happened.
And frankly, I don't think they went in there intending to like get into a shootout with these people. I'm pretty sure if they would have just not immediately been violent, things may have went a different way. I don't know. Maybe.
Probably.
Well, raids.
I mean, not for the people getting deported.
President Trump last month expressing concern for farmers.
We can't put the farms out of business.
This week, the White House saying it will carry out immigration enforcement of farm workers in a, quote, strategic way.
Okay. You cannot even group together cannabis. You cannot group together cannabis farms with everything else. That does not work. I'll be like, oh, we're not going after farmers, and then be like, well, these illegal farmers into doing cannabis. This is not like backpedaling at all. This is not even close. What are you talking about? Like, oh, you said you weren't going after the farmers. I wasn't talking about pot farms. What are you talking about?
There's no amnesty. What we're doing is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program.
There's cameras there because the law requires cameras at those facilities.
Borders are addressing protesters.
You have to monitor.
At the White House yesterday.
Especially the outdoor farms. You got to have cameras every so often. Like,
yeah.
I've been to these places. I know about all the regulations.
I'm sure they're constantly getting broken into.
Those weren't just like, oh, let's put up some cameras and cause some problems. It's literally, there's cameras all over those farms.
Protest all they want, but if they cross the line, they're going to be arrested and they're going to be prosecuted.
And Tom Homan, this morning, the borders are responding to the protest in shooting in California by warning protesters that when those protests turn violent, that becomes a felony. He also blamed members of Congress for their criticism of ICE agents, claiming that that's contributing to the heated rhetoric around the issue. Homan warning that the rhetoric is so high that it could eventually lead to someone getting killed. Greg?
All right, Ryan Noble's for
And then here's the judge.
Judge orders the Trump administration to halt random immigration stops and arrests here in Southern California.
Good evening, everybody. On this Friday night, you're watching LA Live News Tonight. I'm Marla Tejas.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Christine Devine. Tonight, we do begin with that breaking news here. That judge issuing a pair of temporary restraining orders limiting the ability.
Now, these are, I don't know, this is, honestly, this is kind of crazy looking.
Of temporary.
This is how you you ride around on, first off, on horses. Like, I don't know, are they like really good at riding horses and they can like maneuver them like really expertly and like chase people? Like, this seems wildly inefficient. Like, does being up there give you some like intimidation factor? Like, I'm not sure what is going on with horses. Like, and then they're in like full on like riot, like, I don't know, like that armor is like, holy moly, like where are we going? Like, where are we going on horses in full ass armor? Like, I don't know.
This reminds me of Planet of the Apes. Of the apes riding on the horses, and like, although I do believe that being back is very intimidating up close, because you're like 9 feet tall with the horse that's like 300.
Yeah,
plus.
these are huge.
Well, I don't even know. Horses are
they're
big.
more than that.
I don't know how many pounds they are. They're a lot. Or probably like, I don't know, 500 pounds at least.
Yeah.
You don't want one stepping on you.
900. Holy moly.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they're no joke for sure, and the horse can kill you pretty easy too. But yeah, I don't know. I saw this, I was like, whoa! Like, are we going into like a battle zone, or like, why are we? I don't know. I don't know what we're heading into.
Orders limiting.
And I mean, frankly, this doesn't seem efficient. I mean, this seems more of like
it's more
visual.
for show, but
yeah,
I mean, horses can go anywhere. Like if you were chasing,
but that's what I'm wondering.
Like,
are these guys like expert horse riders? Like they can really ride their horse good? You know what I mean?
One assumes, one hopes.
This reporter's an idiot. Lisa Pisa.
The ability of immigration agents to detain people based merely on their race and ethnicity also requires detainees be given access to legal counsel.
Now let's bring in Jessica Levinson. She's a law professor from Loyola Marymount University. Good to have you, Professor. This doesn't necessarily stop the raids from happening, the raids like we've seen in recent days, the one at MacArthur Park and the cannabis farm in Camarillo and Carpinteria, or does it?
This is about how, not whether, to enforce federal immigration law. So I think you're exactly right to point out that this is not a judge saying there's a temporary restraining order on enforcing federal immigration law. There's a temporary restraining order on how ICE agents are enforcing that law, and specifically what they can and can't do. And really what I think the decision boils down to, and again, a temporary decision, is that ICE agents need to demonstrate that they have a reasonable suspicion.
So here's where things kind of fell apart a little bit. So I don't know why I like the Tom Homan part, like it wasn't in the clip that I played. I thought it was, but he explains that like they're trained to not need like probable cause. They can have reasonable suspicion. Like if an ICE agent walks up to a group of people and they immediately run away, like they can go detain them and question them. Like that's what they're allowed to do. But like they're trained on whatever the qualifiers are, right? Like I don't know what they are exactly to the fullest extent, but that's how it was explained, that they are trained to be able to like detect like, okay, this guy's acted weird just because I'm here. Right. Like there might be something there. I can at least ask him some questions and see if it becomes more weird. You know what I'm saying? And then go from there. But that's part of the problem. And so now they're saying, no, you got to like kind of know ahead of time. Like, you got to really know, like, for sure before you go bother people. So I say, you know, whatever.
Okay.
I guess, like, this is kind of a temporary thing. I don't think it's going to stick, but the way he explained it is, like, every 6 months they go through, like, retraining on it. And he's like, oh, they do, you know, they know what they're doing when it comes to that. But again, he's obviously going to say that.
Right.
All right. This guy, all right. Well, anyway, so that's the ICE updates. It's funny. I've been to that farm, and I didn't realize that the first time I watched it that was somewhere I had been to. But this guy. So we're moving on now to everyone's favorite thing, Epstein. And I don't know. This guy I'm 50-50 on. But frankly, I look at Epstein like, you know, it's been going on forever. Like, it's cover up. There's so much conspiracy. There's so much bullshit. There was no video. Now there's a video. We have the files. We don't have the files. Bondi's saying, oh, we got all these flight logs we're going to release, and then they don't release anything. And then apparently now the Kash Patel and what's his name? The deputy are also threatening to quit if Bondi stays, because this whole Epstein thing was, like, so badly done. I really haven't followed any of this, but apparently it's in the news, so I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Three big updates.
Bongino,
this
yeah,
whole
Dan
Jeffrey
Bongino.
Epstein debacle. Number one, MAGA is calling for the resignation of Pam Bondi ASAP. Number two, Dan Bongino, according to reports.
So this guy, Dan Bongino, look at his face. He is out of his mind right now.
He looks really pissed.
So this guy was all about, like, oh, you know, we're going to release everything on Epstein and this and that. And then he pretty much had to eat shit and, like, release a statement saying, like, no, there's nothing there. And now he's like, you know what? Fuck this. So he's pretty much like, he's like, I can't, like, both be, like, in a position where I'm saying I want this, and then I'm in the position to do it, and then I have to also be part of the cover up. Like, so I think that's where he's, like, breaking down, is like he can't handle it. And I don't blame him. And I think what he's doing is actually really, really cool. But at the same time, I don't know. Like, apparently there's news Bondi is getting pushed out, and I don't know if she just kind of, like, stepped out of line and got too media hungry, and, like, because she really went around everywhere being like, oh, yeah, all this Epstein stuff. And she kept like, ooh, there's going to be so much cool stuff everyone's going to see. And then nothing happened. And now it's like, oops, did you, like, step out of line too early? And now we don't have anything to actually show. And now you're screwed.
Reports might just resign from the agency. And number three, Kash Patel has even threatened to step down if Dan Bongino goes and Pam Bondi stays. So we're going to show you what both sides are saying and then give you the bottom line.
A source tells Fox News tonight that the FBI Deputy Director, Dan Bongino, has not been seen in the office since Wednesday after a heated argument with Attorney General Pam Bondi at the White House. Our correspondent David Spont has this story.
A verbal clash between Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino at the White House this week over the release of DOJ's Epstein memo. The two-pager out earlier this week insists the convicted sex trafficker and offender killed himself, and a client list does not exist after all. Fox has told.
So yeah, their official statement
That's
is
a little
after all the additional review, turns out he killed himself. No one else was involved.
No one touched him. Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, and they're saying nobody else was involved, meaning, like, nobody went to his island to do inappropriate things.
No,
it was only him.
Just him by himself. It's a beer.
And I don't know. I'm going to back up just a second, because I don't know if anyone has noticed this, but, well, first off, I got her confused with Carolyn Levitt. Like, at first, like, so many times I didn't realize they were two different people.
Gotcha.
At any rate, but I've noticed a lot of people that he put into different positions are, like, younger looking older women. Like, I don't know. They all kind of have a sort of, I don't know. similar attributes, let's say, and I don't know if this is coincident that they just all happen to be the best for the job, or if there were ulterior motives. But
yeah, I'm curious about that a little bit myself. But hey.
Yeah, so this lady went on the news all the time and was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. We got so much Epstein stuff, and then, like, really did not deliver.
Dan Bongino at the White House this week over the release of DOJ's Epstein memo. The two-pager out earlier this week insists the convicted sex trafficker and offender killed himself, and a client list does not exist after all. Fox is told by 4 separate sources Bongino is so upset about the rollout of the memo, he didn't show up to work on Friday in protest. One source says he hasn't been seen in the office since the argument with the Attorney General. Bondi teased the release of the Epstein material for months. A source close to Bongino.
Look at her walk. Look at her. Did you
seen in the office since the argument with the Attorney General?
Look at her.
For months. A source close to Bongino says he's thinking about resigning over this memo rollout, although no final decision has been made. Meanwhile, sources close to Director Patel and the Attorney General say they plan to stay right where they are.
Just as we predicted, along with so many others, this Epstein case is not going away. And unfortunately, it's becoming a lot of heat for Pam Bondi. The big names of
I think she was. I think she stepped out of line too early. Like, she took all the media bait and just said a bunch of shit because she thought she was going to get to actually do something. And then she was wrong. Like, I think she got just like, she did not plan accordingly.
I was pretty sure that this list was never going to come out, but I had some hopes when Trump got.
She was writing checks with nothing in the bank account yet. Like, it wasn't.
There's
it wasn't
names on that
settled.
list that we will never know, and they will make sure we never know.
Yeah. Well, apparently Anonymous put out something earlier today. I don't know if it was real or not. I didn't look into it yet. Maybe we'll look at that next week.
The Diddy thing. He's guilty of that shit, but mysteriously.
I mean, he paid enough money. That's all it. Yeah. If you got $1 billion, you're allowed to pay your money to get out of jail. That's just how the world. It's like the unwritten rule. You gotta like. You get a new rules that you get to follow when you get enough money. You know.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it could come out, especially with royals being involved. Yeah. I don't know. I think
she got a point though if it's international.
But look at like. Brigitte, we covered that earlier. Like, I mean, that didn't come out for the longest ass time, and who thought it would? Because it's the royals, and they eventually someone had enough people got chewed up, and then finally someone got it and was like positioned good enough to not get killed for it, and now it's out. And I think eventually it could, and possibly. Maybe like generationally, like eventually enough people are going to be dead and they're not going to care anymore. But
yeah, like if they released the stuff about JFK right now, maybe some people would care. But if you do it in 50 more years, no one's going to be alive. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, eventually, exactly. The people like might be interested just from like a historical, like, oh, what happened? But they won't actually like care so much. Like, there's no one left to like prosecute. There's no one left to blame. There's no, I mean, like, okay, whatever. And it, I don't know, unless it leads to something else. Like if it's like, oh, well, here's how you find the Illuminati. Like, okay, well, maybe then they'll keep it secret. But otherwise, I don't know.
Coming out today in full force, demanding her resignation, including reports, as you just heard in that clip, that either she goes or Dan Bongino and Kash Patel will go. We'll see if it really comes to that, which is why I wanted to use Ground News right up front in this video to show you the facts and show you how the outlets are reporting on this, because it's very important to see the full picture so you can think for yourself. So if you want to follow along, just go to ground.news/report. Now, when I looked up this story on Ground News, what was really interesting to me was who's talking about it. Look at this. 50% of the outlets lean right and only 25% lean left. Now, why is that? It's because
there's an
Illuminati right actually think for themselves. There's a diversity of thought here. Now, before we go any further, watch CNN react to what Laura Loomer had to say, particularly Scott Jennings. Take a look.
I'm just saying that there are a lot of people online right now and a lot of people in the base who are saying that they're done because this is something that shouldn't even be a partisan issue. And I blame Pam Bondi. I really do. And Trump was the one who appointed her, and Trump can be the one to fire her if she doesn't have enough dignity and shame to resign.
I'm just saying. So Trump can put the list out himself. He needs Pam Bondi. Well, is that what we're supposed to believe?
It's in my opinion, multiple things can be true. It's highly likely.
Yeah, this is where it all breaks down. Like, if you take 1 second and like think about it just a little bit further, it's like, wait a minute, like Trump, if he felt like it, could just make it happen. Like at the end of the day, it's not like, oh, Pam Bondi can't do it because like, and now she is choosing not to, and therefore like, no. Literally, if he wanted it done, it would be done. So clearly he doesn't. And I don't know. He did something weird the other day, which we'll look at, and it's just very out of character, to be honest.
Government is in possession of documents and information that have names on them that would be of extreme public interest. I have no doubt about that. Number two, there may be a reason why they can't release it because, you know, there may be regulations and, you know, ethical reasons why you can't release things if you can't bring a case against someone. I mean, but number three, if that's the case, they're going to have to explain that a little better. There's going to have to be a little more transparency.
I think that's right. I think I think
you can't release the names of criminals because we might hurt someone's feelings.
That this list is not just a list of names with no evidence attached to it. And secondly, if that is the case, they should explain that as opposed to just saying it doesn't exist. The idea that they're saying it doesn't exist is what's roiling the base. So
especially after using. Now, the White House did respond to this entire story. I'm going to show you that here shortly. But understand what we're looking at as it pertains to ground news. When you use this tool, it's not just going to show you what both sides are saying. It'll also show you when one side refuses to report on a story, which is what I just showed you. And it's called blind spot. And that's exactly why you got to do your own research and think for yourself, because even in this Epstein case, you can't take anybody's word for anything at this point. So if you want to use this tool for yourself, all you have to do is go to ground.news/Devori, or you can download the mobile app. Just use promo code Devori, and it's going to give you access to everything that I showed you in this video, including 40% off the Vantage plan.
As for Bondi, she's close with President Trump, has been for years. I asked the White House if the president is happy with the Attorney General. I'm told yes, he is. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, says the president is proud of the Attorney General's efforts to execute his Make America Safe Again agenda, restore the integrity of the DOJ, and bring justice to the victims of crime. The continued fixation on sowing division.
This for a second. Who out of this entire cabinet, besides Mike Waltz, because we saw what happened to him, has damaged the credibility of this administration? It's been Pam Bondi. She spent more time on Fox News than locking people up. Now, that doesn't mean they haven't locked people up, because credit is where credit is due. But the results tell the story. And here's the second thing, ladies and gentlemen. If I was Dan Bongino, I would resign too. If I spent the last 5 years telling everybody that I believe in my heart of hearts that there's a cover-up going on in the FBI, and I get to the FBI, and I get shut down when it comes to exposing that, I'm gone. And this takes us to our next clip from...
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, at some point, like, I feel like people find a way to believe or not believe things, and I feel like Zombocrats especially can just put any two things together and just be like, okay, it's like somehow it all just makes sense to them.
And I'm forcing you to
and somehow it makes sense to them, to like the other ones of them. It's like they make sense to each other somehow. Like I don't get it.
They do seem to communicate with each other somehow.
Yeah, which is seems like how I don't get it, but like. At what point do you put the dots together and say, it is what it is? Like, I see what's right in front of me, and like the most obvious, like Occam's razor, right? Like the most simple answer is actually probably right. And what's the simplest thing? Okay, this guy, after being forced to do something like completely counter nature, like if you think of like now, like let's go back to fantasy books and shit, right? Like, when someone has to like go against their soul like mission in life and they're forced to like do it, like, and then they realize they did it and they hate themselves now for it, you know what I'm saying? And now they're on like retribution mode, like, oh no, I lost sight of what's important to me for a moment, and now I have to like go and like at all costs I need to fix it, right? That's obviously what's happening. He is in retribution mode. He's like, I have to fix this. He's putting out the message without putting out the message. Like, it's the obvious message. It's the only message that you can get from this. He's like, this is the most impactful way that I could possibly deliver this statement, regardless of what happens to me afterward, right? And frankly, it enforces his position and brings back credibility. Like, he had to do something which I think like damaged his credibility. And now he's like, you know what? Fuck that. Like, it is not worth it. Like, I can't live with myself like this. I need to do something. And he's doing it. And again, like another person who's just like convicted, like my whole life, or like the at least recent part, like, has been for this purpose, and now I'm here, and like I cannot just be a bitch, you know?
Turning Point USA's event called Student Action Summit in Tampa Bay, Megyn Kelly got on stage and obliterated Pam Bondi. Take a look.
I have nothing against Pam Bondi as a human being. I was fine with her nomination and her confirmation, and she's been loyal to the president, and I get that President Trump needs a loyal attorney general. Look what happened with Sessions the first time. He went away, and then the next thing you know, we had the Mueller investigation. It was a nightmare. But there are a lot of other people who can be loyal and competent in that job. Here, she is the reason that things are unraveling around this story right now that virtually all of the Republican Party cares deeply about. It's also true that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel had questions about Epstein before they took office, okay, before they went into the FBI. But once they joined the FBI, they said nothing. They kept their mouths shut about Epstein. You have not seen them, except for one joint appearance with Dan and Cash on Fox, running all over the media looking for attention on this, yes, clickbaity story. Who have you seen? Pam Bondi. She has never missed an opportunity to go on television and dangle sweet nothings that might be coming your way. Try to lead you to believe that she's got it, it's on her desk, it's coming tomorrow, you're going to see something on Epstein. And it was a tease. So you either believe that Pam Bondi was telling the truth then, or that she's telling the truth now. But both cannot be true.
Yeah, so common sense would tell you politically, it's President Trump who shut this down. Now, we already know, according to Bill O'Reilly, he did it because he has friends where their names are on this list and they didn't do anything. And if you release it with zero evidence, that means it's going to cause them a lot of damage, right? Their image may be tarnished because they're guilty through association. That's the way it works in our country. So I guess the better question for the president is, what's more important, the reputation of wealthy elite individuals in the public eye, or seeking justice for the victims here? Because as I said in another video, what are we doing about the actual people that were a part of this? You can't just come out and say the case is closed. I know there were criminals. Let's get real.
Reporting is Bongino, it's Bongino or Bondi. He's not saying.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
yeah, I don't really give
at
a shit
the end
about
of the
a
day,
list. I care that people who did bad things are held accountable for those bad things, and
right, especially if people know about, like, if it's generally a known thing, like it's like we know these things happen.
We know someone did something, and we're waiting to find out who wasn't what they did, and
exactly. It's like if you can know things happen and not know the specifics to the point that you could actually do anything about it. But supposedly this is like, whatever, and it's like, so really that gets down to the core of it is like, Trump was kind of elected to like blow things up, right? Like he is in there to like, you know what? Deep state, I don't care. Like all of it is coming down and fuck all of you. And it's interesting that on this one thing, he is less than keen on
moving
really
forward as much as he is on his other things. Yeah, it is a little weird.
So we're going to watch more of this interview actually in a minute. And I was hoping to catch something. I can't remember if it's in this clip or the next one, but effectively Trump is talking at a round table and he says something really peculiar. It must be in this one.
For fact, documents are being...
All right, so this idiot... Oh my God, I hate this idiot. Only if that's their job. I don't know if you have to be able to ride first before you get the position or if teach the willing. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. But it is interesting. I mean, if those are like effectively used horses, that's really cool. If it's, but I don't know. At first, I thought it was just like a showy kind of a thing. Like, hey, like we're police and we're big and scary on our horses. But if they're like effectively like using them, that's really cool.
If you think about it, if you hit someone with a car, if you hit someone with a horse, it's their fault. They didn't get out of the way.
Yeah, get out the way.
Right.
And they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know
that. Right, so this guy apparently is like Jeffrey Epstein's old lawyer, and he's saying that there's definitely documents that are not being released, and he knows because he's seen them, and names that he knows, but he can't talk about because court rules or whatever.
Let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed. And they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them. But I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, that was Alan Dershowitz, who was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer when he was back alive, claiming that there are documents, but they're being suppressed. And so I wanted to discuss with you this idea of if there is any information in the federal government that might be floating around, is there anything that could be in place that might prevent that information from being exposed to the public?
Sure. So, it's hard to know what to make of Alan Dershowitz or anything he said around this. But if in fact there is a court order, then there can be...
He just said, I don't know about that guy, but anyway.
The current president, when he was facing criminal charges, where things are under... Right? There was all that litigation in the Florida case where, there was stuff that was confidential or classified. That's one reason why something might not be released. But judges can put things under seal more generally, even if it's not classified, but where there's a good reason, and then they're just not on the public record, and the parties are not free to release them. Now, whether the Department of Justice could go back to a judge and say this should no longer be under seal, sure, and that would not be unusual for DOJ to do if DOJ wants it unsealed. Typically, judges are going to listen to DOJ because it's usually something is put under seal or kept under court order for being released to protect either one of the parties. In this case, Mr. Epstein is deceased, and so that was.
So effectively, what he's saying is like, even if this is true that this is under seal, like Pam Bondi could just go say, "Hey, take it out," and we can Like there's literally nothing actually stopping them other than like a formality of she has to say, okay, let's let's open it up. So
okay,
like they're trying to make it like oh I can't say anything, but it's like, well, you can't say anything because we could just turn that off, like then anyone could say anything. But this is what I wanted to show. Anyway, I hate this guy too. He's kind of just an idiot, but this is. So Trump is at an interview, and they're talking about the Texas stuff, and you'll notice how Pam Bondi also reacts to this, but let's take a look at this clip.
Video. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking...
So he's taking questions at this round table, and one of the reporters asks him about, the Epstein stuff that was released, and it was kind of like bullshit, and when is like more stuff coming? And now this is Trump's response, which is a very strange response. Like, he does sometimes do this if they ask like about the plane, and he's like, okay, why are you asking about the plane when we're here talking about like a war in Africa or something? But like he kind of comes a little bit unhinged, I feel like.
Projecting himself. I don't know if you saw the video of this the other day.
Let's go to that video. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Okay, that's just like...
And this is like right after releasing this stuff. So, and the fact that we haven't got much, right? And it was all kind of like weird. And it's like, well, do you not think people would still be talking about it, considering we're still
waiting,
like actively doing stuff about it? Like, I don't understand. And like the fact that he's like so against them is like, oh no, like, and it's out of character. Like his general behavior is not like this, right? About even like other things that are negative or whatever. It's generally he's not like this.
Bizarre. I mean, it's bizarre behavior by this president to act that way. I mean, it's contrary to the way he's talked about this issue before, and it seemed, out of character.
Well, and also for Donald, just as a quick aside, for Donald Trump, like as if he's the guy that doesn't want to relegate topics. We've been talking about crooked Hillary for the better part of a decade. We've been talking about the Biden crime family for the last 5-6 years. We've been talking about the water pressure and showers and toilets since the day he came onto the national scene. That guy doesn't want to relegate all topics. This is the king of repetition. All of a sudden, 5 minutes into the Epstein saga, he's like, why are we still talking about this? To your point, doesn't exactly comport with his past behavior.
Yeah, look, and if you just to put my cards on the table, if I had to guess, and I just want to be clear, I don't know anything more than what you know. If I had to guess, like the way you make sense of all of this is that, the Biden administration said, look, the guy committed suicide, and that's the beginning and end of the story, because the Biden administration were filled with adults who were like worrying about war and peace around the world, and we're not interested in furthering discussion of a single criminal case in America with someone who had killed himself. Yeah. But that is different than the level set that the Trump administration came in, which is are we going to release all the records? And I kind of doubt that they released all the records. Yeah. I think that the Biden world was like, well, why would we release all the records? This is a closed criminal case.
Right, but to your point, the Biden administration was not filled with a bunch of podcast hosts who staked all of their credibility on releasing all of the records.
Right, and Merrick Garland never said, I have all the records sitting on my desk and I'm going to review them and release them. Right. But it does. But I suspect, based on the way people are behaving, is that there is something in some records that is profoundly disquieting or embarrassing for someone in the.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So the only way that it works is if, firstly, there's both sides have to be involved. Because if it was only one side involved, then it's a no-brainer. They would weaponize the shit out of it, and
right.
And it's like it's a no-brainer. It would be released. So of course both sides are involved, and both sides either have access to it, and it's like a dead man switch, right? Like, okay, you kill me, and you're getting killed too, right? Like,
right.
Or a third party that actually is not like liable or like incriminated by any of it also has access to both sides and can coerce both sides, because if they had leverage to only one side, that could fall apart. So now, like, if you had leverage to both sides and they know that, well, now it's like they control how it's used to an extent and have leverage on, well, I can just break the whole thing, because they don't have anything to lose really, other than the leverage, right? Like if they break it, then it's broken. But as long as it wants to remain unbroken, they have a lot of leverage. And everyone involved knows that they have leverage on the whole thing. And they can't try and like weaponize it to only one side. It's not like one side could say, hey, I have a deal, let's figure out how to no, because the other side can do it in response. So everyone has like that's really the only, or like an even bigger set of circumstances. But really, in the simplest way, there's like that triangle, right? Like we have these counterbalancing forces, and the one that has the most leverage is likely external, and maybe only pulls certain levers, right? Like their influences to whatever it happens to be, and it's maybe not as broad. Like they're not influencing everything, but the things that they have a lot of influence on. And I think it's a lot of the defense crap, honestly. You get eventually to, okay, well, how's all that money moving? And that's where all the leverage goes. Like, oh, we need you to do this and send some money over here to fund that, or like this and that. And okay, how much is siphoned off along the way to who knows what and where. And it's like the only way any of it makes sense. And like, I think somehow like this is just such a critical piece, which frankly to me is like, yeah, it's crazy, but at the same time, it's not that like when you look into all the world politics and you're like, okay, Brigitte is supposedly a man who was a teacher that like groomed her like son actually like I don't know, like it's so entangled in just crazy weird bullshit. If you go down the Kamala Harris route, oh my God, like her whole family is all kind of crazy too. I don't know. I'd say check out Candace Owens if you really want to get into some conspiracy shit. But like, if you go down like Kamala's thing, it's like, this is just one of those people that was created like Brigitte. Like she's fake. She's not she is a fake person. Her family is fake. Like everything is fake. It's insanity. And that's the world politics, that's the behind the scenes shit that's going on right in front of us. And the people that call it out are called conspiracy theorists and crazy and all this stuff. And it's like, it's right here. To make it not make sense is like, we had to do some gymnastics. Like it was a workout.
Yeah,
but if we just say, let's go with the most reasonable thing, which is just, let's sit down and take a breather.
We tried to make it make sense.
Like, holy shit. We had to do all this nonsense to make it make sense when it still doesn't actually make sense. Oh, they see everything, man. I'm just glad we're small enough still. I can talk about all this, and I'm probably off the radar. But eventually, who knows?
It's recorded. It's on the YouTube's for.
I know it is, but
look.
I mean,
the
luckily,
AI will also know.
Maybe it could just be like, all right, this is the people that we want on our side, and they can come bring us into the club.
Only.
Yeah, this is all entertainment and informational purposes. Nothing we say, do, think, feel, anything is real, and you shouldn't listen to any of it.
And you should not repeat this at home.
Yes, and don't tell anyone that we said any of this. All right, anyway, so I just thought that was really weird.
Our videos. Thank you.
Yeah, but subscribe and like, yeah, exactly.
And share us with your friends.
I just thought it was really weird behavior. Like he was really like, let's not talk about this anymore. And
yeah, I thought that was a little off too. Usually, like if he doesn't really want to talk about it, he's going to make fun of it and talk about what he wants to talk about.
Yeah, he seemed like really upset.
He's usually a little more dismissive and less like, he doesn't usually attack the idea. Not like that, especially because I remember him talking when he was campaigning. He's like, we're going to release this list. We're going to find out what really happened. And so are all you. I'm like,
I call CBS exactly. Let them know. Yeah, Candace Owens, I'm like a mix on. I like her show on YouTube, but I do not like her when she's debating. I think she's a complete bitch. I think she's really like psycho overall. But on her show where she's just
like
talking,
kind of not like her. She's a little too much.
I like her. All right. Anyway, so that is some Epstein stuff. We got one last thing on this, and this scares me. This is the Are we ready for the finale? This is what scares me a little bit. So
it's only been 3.5
I don't know.
hours.
If anyone's gonna sidetrack me, you have to do it now, okay? Because we're about to go into the final piece of this. All right, so we saw a little bit of this earlier. I don't really like Charlie Kirk. To me, is like he's okay. I feel like yeah, some of his stuff is good, and I think in a lot of ways he's coming from the right spot. But I feel like he doesn't have the life experience to be as arrogant and just like
no, he is a little
full of himself.
He's a little too arrogant. He's a little too pompous, you might say.
Is that no, you're not ready, or no, you don't have anything to sidetrack me on? Yeah, he's a little bit too much. It scares me more than what is. Oh, yes, it does. Let's look at this and talk about it, but this is a little bit scary to me. I don't really like Megyn Kelly either. To be honest, I don't really like either of these guys. Charlie Kirk, like I said, he's okay. I think he's coming from a good spot. He's much too young to be such full of himself. And then Megyn Kelly, I don't know. I just feel like she's kind of an idiot. But anyway, apparently she's got the playbook, and we're about to hear some things, and I'm really a little bit concerned about this.
Again, you're here on a slow news day.
He is very immature.
Going on. Has anyone been on X in the past?
See, I have no problem calling literally everyone out for their being an idiot, including myself. So I know you might have jumped in and thought maybe this is going to go a certain way, and I think someone else was in here giving me some shit earlier, and they probably left by now. But I am just all about, like, whoever's an idiot, let's call him an idiot. You know what I'm saying? I might lean one way or another in general, but only because I think generally they're right. In this case, they're both kind of idiots. But you know, let's see what they have to say. Yeah, I know he's like the debate me stuff. Sometimes I just, and I don't. That's why I don't like Candace Owens either. Like the debate me stuff. Sometimes they're just. It's. I feel like not in good faith, and it's not.
Yeah, he's
just
kind
not
of
good.
setting people up.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a
think.
setup than really a genuine. Let's talk about this.
They're edited. I mean, they're focusing in on the ones he wins, not the ones he loses. So,
well, I imagine to him he doesn't lose. So,
well, but I mean, they're not showing
wins
us the
more.
ones where he doesn't like totally dominate.
Yeah.
That's all.
I mean, that's the
why
thing.
I like
You
watching
get
the
to pick
shorts,
and choose,
but-
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But I'm
let's
aware
see
of that
Let's
too.
see the whole thing. So anyway, all right, let's see what they have to say. Like I said, this really scares me because I think it has some implications. But let's see what they have to say and talk about it.
They're happy. That's why they haven't
That's
been
right.
on social media.
We'll update you.
Why don't you update them, Megyn?
Well, this is the first big scandal, I'd say, of the Trump administration that's on Team Rational. It's not a fake media scandal.
All right, so this is a narrative I'm starting to hear, and I don't know, like, if they're going to keep pushing this, but they're trying to say, look at the non-conformity of MAGA, let's say, meaning they put out this statement about Epstein and said, there's nothing more to see here, let's move on. However, a lot of MAGA is saying, no, we're not going to accept that. We're not just like sheep. So they're trying to say, like, oh, look, there is some level of independent thought within the party that will keep it honest in cases like this, where maybe the directive from the top is counter to the maybe majority feeling coming up from the bottom, right? This is the first time I've been on here. I just found the stream. I was browsing politics and clicked on this. I thought it was a stream showing news and report about horses. Well, I'm glad you joined us. This is more of like, we're having some fun just handling some world news stuff.
Entertainment news is what
this
it
is.
is.
Definitely
It is news,
entertainment
sort of.
news. But we're just trying to highlight some things that we found interesting during the week. Definitely love to chat with you if you have any other thoughts or anything along the way. Feel free to hang out. I get it if this isn't necessarily what you're into, but thanks for popping in. But yeah, so let's see what they
Like the
have.
left tries to create for President Trump every other day. It's one of the right's own making, and it's not going well. And it has to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, they picked the wrong stream.
Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
All right. Now, I feel like this is very baited and leading, right? Like, is the audience ever gonna not like I don't know. I was because I'm like, I honestly don't really care that much. But if I'm in the audience, am I going to be like in protest, not cheering? You know what I mean? Like I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you probably would just go with the crowd and cheer. So like this, I feel like we're starting
quietly clap, which adds to it.
We're starting to build kind of like a weird. I feel like we're pulling some lefty shit here. I feel like these ones might be infected by the Zombocrats.
Well,
I feel like we have an
in
infection.
particular, that's more just like controlling your crowd. I mean, anyone who
I agree.
Presentation would be potentially doing that.
Exactly, but the reason why it scares me is because of what it's leading into, really. So we're starting to set up the audience, is what I'm saying. We're leading them down a road, right? We haven't we're not pushing them, but we've encouraged them already.
Questions from the interviewer the other day.
Exactly, we're starting them
Don't you
in
feel
a way.
outraged? Weren't you kidnapped?
Exactly. We're leading. So let's just
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand.
All right. So now we're doubling down. So she said if it's important, cheer, and now he's saying not only is it important,
really
is it
important,
very important. So now we're up in the ante, right?
It's a lot more effort to raise my hand than it is to clap in politeness, I'll admit.
Thank you
if I
very
have to
much.
raise my hand, I'm going to be committed to it.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're up in the ante here.
So every hand of 7,000 people.
Everybody cares.
A lot. I said a lot. Every hand.
Here's what I think is happening. I don't think President Trump is focused on this. He's focused on a lot.
And now that was subtle. I feel like I really need to take one of these like body language expert trainings or like how to break down like the subtle things that people might not even realize they're doing, but like kind of reveal a little bit more about their intention. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I appreciate that. I definitely would love some additional people in here chatting with us. We do this on Saturdays. Normally we do play games and we throw in some other streams as well. But yeah, definitely love to have you. But he kind of subtly dropped everyone, right? So she made a comment like, whatever. And he's like, yeah, everyone raised their hands, right? So now people want to be in the group. And if you just said like everyone and you're like the one that didn't, you'd be like, oh, maybe I need to be in the group, right? Like, and even if it's like a safety set mentality, right? Like, oh, I don't want to like, go against the mob or something. Like, I don't want a mob to like start hating on the I'm saying, right. It's like, it's really subtle though. It's like, so she warmed up the crowd, he reinforced it, and then like, subtly reinforced it a second time, and I don't know if that's intentional. I feel like I thought
what he actually did was force them to actually make a decision, not just agree with her because she was a hostess.
Right, making a woo or whatever is easier than. Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like she said something, and then he reinforced it, and then he reinforced it a second time by saying, "Everybody raised their hand." So everybody. Even if it wasn't everybody, right? Because he doesn't know that. He can't. He could have went the qualified like pretty much everyone or like seemingly everyone or something that says like maybe there was an abstainer, maybe not. But he kind of encouraged everyone just did this. So I don't know. Maybe I'm leading this too much too. And now I'm thinking about it. I'm like leading it down the road. But I feel like all these things like jumped out to me the moment I started watching this. I feel like it is intentional. And like he like kind of really slipped it in there. He like really was like, no, everyone did it. Like he kind of doubled down on it. And I think that is kind of important.
A lot of other things which are going great. And he needs to be focused on those other things. Jeffrey Epstein's not the most important thing on his agenda by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, he's crushing it on the tariffs, foreign policy, just got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. If not Trump, then who? Honestly. Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize after 9 months in office. He had done nothing. He gave a nice speech about Muslims and they gave it to him. So President Trump should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize, and there's all sorts of things he's focused on. I just don't think this has captured his attention quite yet. But it needs to, because it's starting to create a real hornet's nest within the administration. And I've got to be honest, I blame Pam Bondi.
Hey, wait. Weren't we told last week that everyone wants a scapegoat?
Exactly.
Is Pam Bondi our scapegoat?
Do you see the playbook that's unfolding? Like, I feel like
the leftist playbook, though.
I feel like it's exactly, they're infected, man.
It's the distraction and scapegoat, and we're all done with that. We have more things to do now.
Well, I won't throw a punch line just yet. I'll keep it for just a second. Let's keep investigating.
I was just musing out loud.
Yeah, this all is being set up too well, and now we know Bondi is the target.
Okay. I have nothing. Yes, incompetence. Yes.
All right. I wonder, was that a plant? I don't know. Interesting.
Is Pam Bondi incompetent? I wonder.
Yeah, I don't know. Was that a planned incompetent yell from the crowd? I don't know. Like everything about this is like very suspicious to me.
I have nothing against Pam Bondi as a human being. I was fine with her nomination and her confirmation, and she's been loyal to the president. And I get that President Trump needs a loyal attorney general. Look what happened with Sessions the first time. He went away, and then the next thing you know, we had the Mueller investigation, and it was a nightmare. But there are a lot of other people who can be loyal and competent in that job.
I don't like that either, honestly. I don't really like loyalty per se. Like loyalty, I think means something a little different. I think that's like loyalty is not a good thing in this circumstance.
What we want her to have is integrity.
Yeah, integrity.
Because then she's doing her job just regardless of who her friends are.
Right. To me, loyalty implies like there's a level of you're doing something potentially against what you actually think is right in order to like
appease
maintain
whoever you're loyal to. Yes.
Which
loyalty
is not
good in
want.
certain situations. Positions like
we need people that are genuinely like
I want you
invested
to be
in the right thing.
Bodyguard, right? Interesting.
So and Pam Bondi is like apparently a lot older than she looks, which that's a common theme that
things are unraveling around this story right now.
His office.
Virtually all the Republican Party cares deeply about. It's also true that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel had questions about Epstein before.
And interesting too, like all these like subtleties. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting like super conspiracy hat all the time, but she's like, she just said, let's hear that again. Hold on.
Around this story right now that virtually all of the Republican Party cares deeply about.
Again, everyone cares about that. Like we're painting, and it may be in this case, I'm reading too much into it, but we're painting this like all-inclusiveness of like everyone is involved and like you got to be part of it. But we started out talking about dissension of ideas, but now we're talking about full, complete unification. So I feel like there's like a disconnect. She does look worn out, and I would wonder what she looked like without her makeup, honestly.
It's also true that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel had questions about Epstein before they took office, okay, before they went into the FBI. But once they joined the FBI, they said nothing. They've kept their mouths shut about Epstein. You have not seen them, except for one joint appearance with Dan and Kash on Fox.
So now, and again, I don't know, conspiracy hat, maybe, maybe not. She's giving the timeline in the play-by-play. She's like, these are the important things that we need to focus in on, right? Pam Bondi is the enemy. Kash Patel and Bongino. I don't know.
Epstein. You have not seen them except for one joint appearance with Dan and
right.
Kash.
now they weren't media hungry, but prior to being in the government, they were on media talking about it. So like the point here is previously they were talking about it before they were in the government. Once they got into the government, they stopped talking about it while they were doing all their investigation and everything, so that they knew at the end what they were going to be able to provide. Conversely, she kind of wrote the checks early and said, oh, we're going to do all this shit, and then ended up seemingly being part of the cover-up. And we're getting like spoon-fed that this is right why, as a unified force, we're going to go down this road, right? Like, Pam Bondi bad, she did the media, these guys good, this is why. Like, I don't know.
On Fox, running all over the media looking for attention on this, yes, clickbaity story. Who have you seen? Pam Bondi. She has never missed an opportunity to go on television and dangle sweet nothings that might be coming your way. Try to lead you to believe that she's got it, it's on her desk, it's coming tomorrow, you're gonna see something on Epstein. And it was a tease. So you either believe that Pam Bondi was telling the truth then, or that she's telling the truth now, but both cannot be true. She was either lying when she went on Fox News all those times saying, I got it, we're looking at it, wait until you see it, it's horrible. Or she's lying in her 2-page memo that they released on a Sunday night at the tail end of a holiday weekend to Axios, as if Axios is where we all go for our news. Hell no. She went to someone she knew would not kick the tires on the story, and without signing the memo, dropped it in the dead of night and said, that's it, take the crumbs and be happy. Refused to come out and give a and give a press conference, stand there for 6 hours to the point where people are dying of boredom. They've asked all their questions. That's how you put a scandal to rest. But she wouldn't even sign her name to it. And I'm telling you, I have dollars to donuts. It's going to come out that there was internal consternation over that memo and whose name did and did not go on it and who it was and was not behind it. And so now you have a situation where her words on the record on Fox News are diametrically opposed to what she put in this memo. She's embarrassed the president. She's embarrassed herself. And Dan and Cash, to the extent they've had to sign off on that, let's understand the FBI is controlled by the DOJ. FBI is subservient to DOJ. She's their boss. That they're in this position where the only comments they've made on the record as administration officials have been, we don't think he killed himself, and we don't think he got murdered. We think he did kill himself. We've looked at the tapes, and Cash to Joe Rogan saying...
All right, so, I don't know. When I saw this the first time, it just seemed like this is the playbook that they want to execute. Like, we need to get rid of Bondi. And it might all be legit. Honestly, like, maybe it is all true, but what it seems like there could be other actual motivating factors here, that this is like convenient for, and or like I said, maybe she did genuinely think like, hey, I finally get to do this, and then like the next level up was like, no, we said we were, but actually that is no longer on the agenda. Right? So I don't know. That's where it all boils down, is like, it feels like they're trying to lay out how they want it to execute, and the way she said it was kind of like, this is how we're gonna, it's like, I don't know, like,
this is the new narrative.
This is what we're saying now, and this is how the next piece is going to go, and just like they're direct, just like we did. Like everything was leading, right? Like everything kind of led people like, okay, this is the direction we're going, and that's it. And like I said, I don't know, maybe it is a good thing, maybe not, but just when I saw this, I was like, oh no, this feels like such a zombie-crap move that I can't not call it out. Because it scared me, man. I'm like, no. And they're not presenting any signs other than that, really. So, like, this must be a new strain that maybe is harder to detect. I'm not sure. But I think they do need treatment. So that was kind of the... this is Megyn Kelly. Yes, I don't really care for her either, and I feel like she doesn't do a good job, honestly, even just talking to people like that. To me, it wasn't really that great.
If I saw all these tapes of Jeffrey Epstein with little girls, trust me, I would show you, but I haven't seen it. Okay, so what they're saying now is consistent with what they joined the office, and that is one of the many reasons why this scandal is squarely on her, and I'm telling you, I'm of the cable news universe. I've seen it happen a million times.
Yep.
People
We're
get
going
thirsty.
for the mob.
They love to see themselves on television. They love to see their names in the league lights. They love the attention. They love the little emails and texts and tweets and thumbs up they get after their appearance, and they can feel their star rising. And listen, internally, I'm told there's a bit of like a power struggle between Pam Bondi and another female administration official on who's going to be the top dog. You know, we've got a great bench behind President Trump. We've got JD. We've got Marco. You know, we've got Hegseth. We've got a lot of people who could potentially be next up. But there are some women who got their eye on that role too. And I've been
Maybe
told
one of
she's
them speaking at this event.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I'm too happy a person.
No, I know. I was telling someone tomorrow, so that might be speaking at this.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Okay.
but Megan, you make a very astute point.
She thought he was talking about her. And then he's like, no, not you, bitch. I don't know if you caught that, but that was funny. Oh my God. Anyway, but yeah, I feel like he only hires women. So whoever is next, I'll be interested to see. He really likes them. Anyway, so that's really all we had for today. I don't know if anyone else has any news that's breaking that we need to cover, but we talked about literacy or illiteracy in young people. We talked about Macron is officially allowed to be called a man and is no longer defamatory, which is huge. We also saw what a bitch he is in person. What else? Yeah. The CIA, California denies Trump's rules that trans people should be in girls' sports, which is crazy. And it's an issue of fairness. So as we know, it's fair for the trans people to be competing against girls. That's very fair for everyone involved, and you're stupid if you don't understand that.
Yeah, and you hate America if you don't agree.
We also found out that trans kids are not allowed to get gender-affirming care anymore, and they don't understand why. I don't really like Devori, but in Texas, we had floods. They were perfectly well staffed, despite any contrary claims by the Zombocrats from the agency itself and facts of when the warnings went out. Apparently, crazy people are incited to violence against ICE, and they should probably stop being so stupid with how they talk about shit. And I didn't realize. I was like, I've been to this city, but I didn't realize it was this farm. But yeah, they were illegal. And that person was shooting a real gun at officers, and they were shooting pepper spray or pepper balls back, which seems very fair. ICE decided they are no longer getting killed by people, and that's a good thing. Except in California, where a federal judge decided that they're not allowed to do their job anymore, which makes a lot of sense. And then we got the playbook from Megyn Kelly, which I am very, very shocked about, and this guy's an idiot. So that about recaps the news. Thank you all for joining us. We will be back at 7:30 for games. If you'd like to join us, 7 Days to Die this evening, we'd love to have you. Otherwise, we will see you next Saturday for more RedNex
next Saturday
news.
For more zombie.
And just a reminder, we don't know anything about Brigitte being a man. I never said that.
It was completely
I said
news
someone.
to me.
I said someone somewhere said it before.
Someone did say it somewhere at some point.
And that's all that I know, and that's it. So
we're just
I
parroting.
Can't be sued for that. And we're having a good time today. So I hope you all enjoyed hanging out with us. I hope you come hang out with us later. I hope you bring some friends next time. And if you do have any other news, feel free to drop it in the chat. We'll review it next time. And we look forward to catching you then. Have some jazz on the way out, and look forward to talking to you all very soon. Have a great day, everyone.
Have a great one.
Under the Pav and GONxFREAKS, they're ready to fly through endless hordes, one step at a time. In the zombie apocalypse, they're feeling sublime. With the swing of a bat and a flash of a blade, TeamVenture moves, their courage won't fade. They laugh in the face of a world gone mad. At Peters they'll feast, there's no reason to be sad. Oh, TeamVenture, they're fighting tonight. In the glow of the neon, they're a dazzling sight. Zombies beware, for they're on patrol. And at Beavers, they'll savor and find their soul. From dusk until dawn, the battle roars on. Pav with the courage, gone brings the brawn. Each fight makes them stronger, each night they survive. Through despair and laughter, they come alive. In the heart of chaos, where hope can seem slim, they find their own rhythm on a rugged whim. Sharing stories and meals, under stars so bright. Together, they conquer the endless night. When the sun starts to rise and the streets turn to gold, at Beavers they rest, tales of bravery retold. Life's simple pleasures, they're all they desire. In a world so cold, it's their warmth, their fire. Oh, TeamVenture, they're fighting tonight. In the glow of the neon, they're a dazzling sight. Zombies beware, for they're on patrol. And at Beavers, they'll savor and find their soul. From dusk until dawn, the battle roars on. Pav with the courage, gone brings the brawn. Each fight makes them stronger, each night they survive. Through despair and laughter, they come alive. In the heart of chaos, where hope can seem slim, they find their own rhythm on a rugged whim. Sharing stories and meals, under stars so bright. Together, they conquer the endless night.